Hello, friends. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Anybody that is curious about the drops, it is the same one that has been going on the past couple days. But if you don't know what it is the High Priestess cosmetic shirt in game. In game. In game. I can show when we switch scenes, I can show you. I can show all the things in the stuff. But how we doing, friends? Good to see you all. Hello, hello. Like the idea of the update, but it's been so incredibly. Oh, trust me, we'll talk about it. Oh, we will talk about it. There has been loads of feedback, lots of people on both sides of the fence, and it's honestly been great to see. From my perspective, at least. I'm sure it's not been great from the it's probably not been great from the development side of things, but I mean, to be fair, it's kind of on them. So we will talk about it. We're going to play today, we're going to talk about it today, all the things. All the things. Hey, what's up, Cinder? How's this vault? Is it? Hold on. Let me turn this up just to, because this is going to mute. That mutes it. Okay, let me turn it up just a skosh. Is that okay right there? It should be okay. I assume. Love the High Priestess shirt. I would. I don't want to wear a white t-shirt. if I liked white t-shirts, then I would probably dig it, but I don't. So that's probably why. When is it out for everyone else? It is out for everyone else. Oh yeah, it's live right now. Oh yeah. Drops end on the 11th. Yeah, you have lots of time. Lots of time. Thank you for all the primes, guys. Oh my god. Select game has its bugs, but I played the most buggiest game in history. Yeah, it doesn't really help that much that there was like tons of server problems yesterday. Apparently, like I play a lot of solo, obviously, but there's a lot of people that don't, and they play multiplayer. Hold on, I gotta shut my laptop. There's a lot of people that play multiplayer, and if the servers are having issues and crashing on you, then you can't play. And that sucks a lot. Yeah. No, the drop. No. Exclamation point drops. Yeah, exclamation point drops. Silencing Snow. Welcome back, friend. Thank you for the 7 months. Goober, Cap, thank you guys for the biddies. Thank you all for the follows. Hello, hello. How you liking the update? We'll get into it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it shortly. You like retro games and stuff, right? Try ET on Atari. I feel like I did. I feel like I have. It keeps crashing on you. Are you on console by chance? I tried 5 different games with different maps. I don't know, because I'm on Xbox. I've heard a lot about people having problems with console stuff. Weekly today. I would like to. I've heard 0 other people saying that there's been issues with the weekly. There was like a couple people that came in. They were like, oh my God, the weekly. Oh, it's crazy busted. I'm like, what do you mean it's busted? I've heard nothing else. So I'll probably do the weekly today because I need to. Hasn't crashed on you at all on Xbox. Okay, good. Well, that's good. It's not happening to everybody. So that's great. Cut the tip of my finger. Why the hell would you do that, Doc? Did they fix multiplayer? Well, I think the problem with multiplayer was the servers. So I don't know if they're fixed or not. I'm not sure. Got kicked on PS twice on PS5, but after that it was fine. Yeah, they had to assume they had to assume there was going to be a ton of people that were going to be playing the update. There's no question about that. There's no question. They had to have known. I'm upset with the new update in Phas. Fair. I think it's fair. You know, it's funny. There are some people. Hold on, I gotta switch this playlist. Hold, please. Like I said, we will talk about all the things. There are some people that are like very hard, like hard one-sided this way or that way. It's like either no, it's totally fine, no problem, or it's like I despise this, I hate it, I uninstalled yesterday. And I would like to think that I'm more in the middle. I'm more in the middle because do I think that this destroyed the game? No. And no way did this destroy the game. Do I think they should have released this update? No. Absolutely not. This update should have never been released. Or it should not, sorry, this update should not have been released until it was actually ready. Because it's very obvious that it was not ready. Just a little sad. That, fair. It's okay to be a lot of sad. Would be nice if the Phasmo added accessible options like text sizes. Oh, that'd be nice. I don't know how that would work with scaling. Especially if it would scale off the page, how that would work, because that might cause some issues. It would just be nice if it was closer to your face so everybody could see. Yeah. 10K for clothing is crazy. Okay, but you can't put that into context with like IRL. Like, oh, all the t-shirts should be $20. When you're earning how much money per game, it has to, the cosmetics you're unlocking, it has to be respectable to the amount of money you're earning. So in that regard, I think that's fine. Yes, it sounds stupid, but with how much money you're making, it's like, okay, then we need to be making less money in game for it to then to reflect all the cosmetics we can get. See, it's just that doesn't bother me. That's the least of my worries. I just don't like the super saggy pants. I don't like the fact that the cosmetics are not very different per genders. I don't like that because it doesn't look good. I hope they're more prepared for the next week in the merger. So I think that's one of the bigger topics of conversation. One of the bigger topics of conversation right now is the fact that Alan Wake is coming next week. I hate seeing the torch. I just hate seeing my hand that much with the torch. I hate that much. Yeah, I would agree. That's too much. Pull it back. Now, but again, though, if you heard me before, I said I like that it was out further because of how it felt more like, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm losing it. The word is gone. Immersive. There we go. Yeah, immersive. That was the one. Yeah. It felt more immersive. It did. It does. It really does. But it does look a little silly. So it's like, okay, are you willing to give up that it looks a little bit silly? Yeah. You don't want to look at your backwards feet? I was almost certain I saw that. I swear to God, the feet are backwards. Yeah. Oh my God, I saw a clip of Baron playing with somebody in VR and they were like norm size. I'm not kidding. I don't know if anybody has seen others playing it in VR. Holy shit. It's really funny. I like the update, but noticed that it's got a lot. It has a lot for sure. The feet look backwards. They look backwards. It looks like the left foot is like your shoes are on the wrong feet. That's what it looks like. Yeah. Mayor, thank you for the 52 months. Oh my God. Can't wait to see Epic and oh my God. I feel like they're not going to be playing for very long, Mayor. And I think that he's going to switch over to normal, but it will be really funny for him to be in VR for at least a game or two. Yeah. It's kind of when a car company releases a new car in the first model year, has a ton of issues. Well, Cap, thank you for the 11 months. Shell, thank you for the 10 months. Harley, thank you for those subs. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome in, friends. Hi. Oh, we're going to get Phasmo open. I need to do the weekly. I do. If I don't do the weekly now, like we're really far into the week now at this point, I need to go ahead and do it today. So we'll do that first with the news. This will be the first one I've done with all this stuff. I guess in my heart, I was hoping there would be some kind of like a patch before I did it. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So I just need to do it. You love the new update. Do you have a favorite part of the new update? Mr. Wolfen. Hello, sir. Good luck. Thank you. At least I just have to figure out the ghost. I mean, there's that. That's nice. Hi, Scarlett. Welcome in. Is it on Grafton? Didn't notice any other sound recorder issues other than the Cruci burn. Oh, not being able to record the Cruci burn. Ah, it is. Okay. Do we know if if and when there will be a patch? Yes, there will be a patch. A patch. We're going to get it with the Alan Wake update. Yeah. And inside I will go over the page, but inside of Phasmophobia, wait, is this public? I think it's public. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. There's a known issues there's a known issues channel, and in that channel, they even say the following issues as well as known bugs will be fixed with the launch of Phasmophobia's next update on May 12th. And then there's a list of stuff. The actual list of how much they're actually going to fix is way beyond this. Way beyond this. Way, way, way beyond what you see there. So there's a lot. There's a lot. Dragon, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for the follows, friends. Let's get Phasmo open, but we're going to keep talking. We will keep going over all this stuff. That's all I did today. Didn't worry about anything to annoy me. Just worried about figuring out the ghost on professional. Had fun. Other than the one death, the lit smudge and the ghost killed me. So I brought up today as well. So we've talked about this already, about the whole smudge thing, and how even though it looks like the player pulls out the lighter, gets the lighter, lights the lighter, then brings over to the smudge, and the second you initiate that animation, you're already smudging. I said something to DK about that today, and I said, is it supposed to be instant or is it supposed to be delayed? Because it is not matched up, and it's jarring, because the player, if they're new especially, is going to be looking at this and thinking, well, I'm not smudging yet because the thing's not lit. It's like, no, but it's already smudging. Okay, but I thought this was supposed to be realistic. So are we going for realism now or no? And so like Tom and I were both like, we just need to speed up the animation, or like you need to be pulling up your left hand, it's already lit and you're already instantly lighting. So that way it just makes more sense. So we'll see what is taken into account. Oh God. We'll see what's taken into account, what's not taken into account. But I'm telling you right now that we are giving as much possible feedback as we possibly can. No, that is true. What up, Ace? How are you? Get rid of the animation instead. You know, somebody made that comment earlier. They were like, you know what? You just give me the player character update, but remove all the animations. Fine by me. They're not going to do that, but it would be totally fine by me. My smudge was lit both times and died. That might just be a bug. Yeah. I did not have a problem. Now, I'm also curious if you were on multiplayer when you did that. Did you see Baron play with a tiny person? Yes. Actually, I brought that up earlier. Yeah, I saw the clip. It was so funny. Project Alice, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you for the year, dude. Dragon, thank you for the 8 months. Cap, thank you for the prime. Silent, hello. Might be the only one, but I do miss the ghost room. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. I don't mind that it's gone. I don't care. Tiny person was hilarious. The clip was really funny. Yeah, I did see that. They were as big as Norm. It was really, really funny. Love the new update. It feels more realistic. I think it's, for me, I'm a mixed bag. I think there's things I really do like about it, but there's a lot of things that are just not right. Yeah. What happened to the ghost room? They got rid of it. Oh yeah, whenever the player dies, you no longer go to a room. You just die in instant death realm. Yeah. Epic's feet were definitely wrong side. Hold on, let me look down. Yeah, those are totally wrong. I mean, I think most of us here know what a shoe looks like and know how the arch of a shoe should be, and the long side that should be on, this should be on that foot. Yeah, it's totally incorrect. Ay. I'll try, listen, and again, friends, today I will do my best. I will do my bestest to keep up, we will keep conversation going. I'm not going to catch everything, but I will do as much as I can. One of the things I have to ask everybody that is here is just to be respectful of each other. That's one of the biggest things. Baron said that earlier, and I couldn't agree more. We have to respect each other. Some people are going to like the update. Some people are not going to like it. Some people love it. Some people hate it. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. It's just the way that it goes, dude. But the one thing I don't like is I don't want somebody to act like a toddler that is being fed dinner they don't like. So if you don't like something, that's totally fine. But like, what don't you like? What is it? What do you wish they changed? Not just, I don't like it. I don't like it. That does nobody any good. I didn't not expect the gnome to move. What? Just because someone has a different opinion, it doesn't mean that they're wrong. Right, and that's fine. There's going to be people in chat that they're going to say things, and I'm like, dude, I don't agree with you in the slightest. That's okay. We shouldn't have to agree on everything. No, Dino Nuggies. Hi, Abby. Third person makes me sick usually. I was able to play Phas before. I've tried it with the update yet. It's not in third person. What is in third person? What? I like old Phas before the player cosmetic update. I wish that there was a setting to disable it. Yeah, the animation stuff is just, it's weird. It's weird. Dino Nuggies are bomb. Yeah, they are. Agreed upon. I wish the salt placement was quicker. That's getting adjusted. It's going to be instant. It's going to be instant. It's no longer going to be this weird delay thing. When you go to place the salt, instant. Yep, they're fixing it. To list all the bugs, all the janky implementations, and all the things people don't like would take a long time. So blanket the community doesn't like it is valid. Yeah, but again, I'd rather it take a long time and see the list rather than just saying, well, there's so much I don't like that I just don't like it. Okay, but what does that fix? Zero. It fixes nothing. I would rather read a 15-page paper that says, this is all the things I hate that is shit about this update, because then I know what people don't like. This isn't my game. I'm not the developer. Doesn't hurt my feelings at all. You know, people here that know me know that I'm honest. I have zero problems saying when something is effed up, but I also have zero problems when saying that something is great too. Only beef I have with character customizations that I feel like we should have way more options. Agreed. Agreed. A really good comment that I heard, it was from Mike. Mike made a really good comment this morning. I lurk him all the time whenever he's streaming in the morning. But he was playing Phas this morning, and he said it feels like something you give to a beta team to test. And I think that's a really spot on comment, because that is what it feels like. Again, it's not ruined for me. It's fine. I can play the game, no problem. Obviously, there's like things here or there where it's like, oh, that sucks. I got to get used to that, but it's not ruined for me. Got to remember the game is still in beta. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, this game is 6 years old. We can only live on the it's early access for so long. Yeah, that part, no. I think, and here's my honest opinion, why I think we got what we got. I don't have confirmation of this. We didn't talk about this to anybody. It was just thoughts thrown into the ether. I think we got this update the way that it is because the Alan Wake update is next week and they had to drop it. Now, what does that mean about the update? Well, okay, but why is the update the way it is? Because it wasn't ready. I think what they should have done was waited to announce this Alan Wake event until they knew that the player character customization update was 100% ready to rock. And once they knew that was ready to rock, announce Alan Wake, because then you know you're ready to go. We're good. We're ready to rock. As soon as we're there, we're already ready. And then the week before you do like a week or two before Alan Wake, you drop the player character update and it's ready. It's ready to go. It's not in this stage of us looking down at our feet saying, those are the wrong feet. And where's all the character customization? Why is it that I only have the ability to choose so many people with half of them with the same face? You know what I mean? So I just think that it wasn't ready and they had to do it. And that's why now there's this scramble to try to hurry up and get everything done. Go. We got to fix all these different things. Now, the thing that does worry me a little bit or bother me a little bit is I feel like we were just saying a lot of things that at first I thought, okay, they had to have known about this stuff. Like there's no way they didn't know about that animation or about this problem or that. But then when we say these different things, like we should fix this or this or this, it sounds like it's being heard for the first time. That part is strange. So I don't know. Would it be a bad idea to try to make your own face? Oh, you mean like to have character customization to the point where you literally can customize your face, like adjust all the features? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think that's an awful idea. You know, how many games have we played where you can do that? A lot. Yeah. It felt to be like the days DK used to push it to a test build for the public to test. Yeah, it should have been a beta test that's closed, that only people that went to beta to do it, and then feeding back. But there, for some reason, there was a push for this Alan Wake update, and I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I can't give you an answer because I don't know the answer. They had to know when you pick up the ducky, your hand is swinging below it and stuck. Well, just things like this, like that, like the journal being that far away and it being uncomfortable. Like, so you're saying like all the testers played this and they're like, no, that's cool with me. But then most of the community is like, dude, that's really far away. We can bring that back. I understand the logic here. The logic here. Oh, and by the way, the reason, and this was actually a point made by, oh, who was I watching that made a point about this? I don't remember who I was watching. Somebody's clip, but they were talking about like, okay, but why is the watch on the inside of your wrist? Because they want you to be able to see the watch when you pull up your journal. That makes a lot of sense. It does. It does. It doesn't make sense that your coat gets in the way with it. It was Twig. It was Twig. Yes, Sunflower. I think I was watching Instagram. Yeah. I think I saw her clip on Insta. I think she's right. I think that's a really valid point. But still, I would rather this journal be closer to my face than seeing the damn sanity or the watch. Yeah. Even people in the military do work out. I know there's certain people that do wear their watches that way, but majority of people do not. Yeah. The models are hilarious still, though. I do like we still laugh about it. I do too. I think that's the thing that I've enjoyed about it is like playing with friends and laughing about it. I do. I think that that's been one of the better parts of it. Yeah. We're checking the journal, not our sanity. Right. Right. I should have a separate button to check my watch. I should not have to make sure that my right hand is empty so that I can check my left hand watch. I used to wear my watch on the inside. I stopped when I started playing on computer more. Oh yeah, I don't wear a watch. I can't because my wrist rubs against the desk. I can't do it. Is it the same hyper? Yeah, it's the same drop to the 11th. Yep. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it is this one. Yeah. Can we start an anti-Goryo group? Oh no, that's called being a Phasmo player. Everybody's an anti-Goryo group. Yeah. There's a glitch where you can put different hair on different models. Oh, hey, there you go. That's a good one. I burnt somebody's smudges trying to look at my watch. I did it when I was playing with Tater. I did it like twice. Instinctively, I was like, ooh, I'll do this. Nope, lit it. Why anti-Goryo? Because they suck. Because they suck. They don't give dots as much as they should. And they're stinky. and they're stinky. When I wore watches, I had it facing on the inside of my wrist, but had to stop because I was allergic to some metals. Oh my God. Do you know about the tier 3 head cam glitch with the truck display? I do. I posted a clip about that on the Tiki Tac some time ago. I wish they would add back the 30-second timer on the dots. I know. My coffee tastes weird. I know. Can they fix the Willow Street Summoning Circle? Oh, what's wrong with it? There's going to be a lot of stuff I don't know, man. We're just going to play through the game today, and then we'll see how it goes. We're going to start with the weekly, though, because I haven't done it yet. I ain't done it. I usually do it on Mondays, but obviously we were a little preoccupado, so I couldn't do it. You didn't know I had talkie ticks? Bruh, I've got all the socials. I am what they call a social whore. Where is the progress bar? I don't really use Twitch. Oh, you don't use Twitch. No. The thing that pops up in chat whenever you're getting drops, it's not a progress bar. That is just a pop-up notification to let you know that the drop is happening. To see the progress, you need to go to twitch.tv/drops. Yeah. Hopefully they make the watch a timer. I hope so. Yeah, I certainly hope so. Wait. The door jams on the candle and the door stays locked. And with the basement ghost, it stays stuck on the candle. Chalk it up to another feature. Just add it to the list, dude. Add it to the list. Gonna be a little less active tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, Apocalypse. I hope you feel better. God, do I know what that was like. You said I almost choked you. Oh, I'm sorry, Nettie. Have you gone into Sunny Meadows Restricted? I did. Baron and I went and played Sunny Meadows Restricted full. Yeah, because Sunny Meadows Restricted is busted. It's actually the entire map. Mm-hmm. You gave my family. No, I did not. I did not digitally give your family COVID. That doesn't happen. It's not a real thing. False pretense, lies and slander. Friends, if you are new here, hi, welcome. My name is Flash. I am a official Kinetic partner with Phasmophobia. I play tons of Phas. We do indie horror as well. Obviously, you've heard me talk already. I am more than happy to give my honest opinion about things. I am not going to be a complete asshat about it. I will try to be somewhat constructive with opinions. I don't mind if somebody's coming in here today and saying, I hate it. There's no problem with that. People are not going to like the update, man. And that's totally fine. I don't think it should have been released. But we got a silver lining, man. We got to find the better things about it so that we can actually enjoy ourselves. Yeah. But we raise money every month for St. Jude. So there's a happy. We raise money for St. Jude every month. Every May for the entire month. Literally from the first day all the way to the last day of the month. We are going to be doing so for the rest of the month. When I get now that we're like feeling better and health is coming back, my goal is to get around to being able to fill up the balloons for the room so that we can have some milestones for when we reach certain goals. As of right now, I do have a St. Jude wheel that I put up here that I'm going to spin and we pop balloons. My wife is going to put things in balloons that I have to do, and we'll do them on stream when I get the chance. I just obviously haven't had the opportunity because we were down with the sickness. So we will get there, I do promise. Got to find the silver lining so we can still enjoy it. Right. Yeah. So it's the way you got to look at it, man. You do not have to be uber pleased with this. You shouldn't have to be, but you've got to find the good side of it. If you can't, don't play. Not right now. Don't play right now, but don't give up on your opinions. Make sure to be vocal and say, these are the things I like. These are the things I don't like. I would love to see this changed. I would love this. And then don't play the game right now. That's the best opinion. That's the best advice I can give you as of right now. If you're like, this is unplayable to me, just be vocal, man. I've seen a lot of TikToks of people saying they don't like it. And then they're showing clips of stuff they don't like. I've been vocal, but with respect. Same here, Mezzo. Same. You've seen me talking. Same. There's a bug where the spirit box doesn't work. It's been working for me. I have heard it's been an issue for some though. I want shoes on the correct feet. Don't we all? I wish it was better for console players. It feels like they forgot about No. I don't think they forgot about you. I think that they just rushed this out the door. I think that they rushed it out the door and they're like, we're just going to give it to the masses and then we'll just deal with stuff as it comes because we have to have this ready for Alan Wake. That is my assumption. That is not word coming from them at all. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. That's just what I think. So we'll see, man. Made me take a break starting yesterday morning. I ended up with 2 infections at once. Oh no, Mezzo. Oh, I'm feeling better, but I hope you feel better. That sucks. Why did it have to be before Alan Wake? I assume because it has to do the player characters have something to do with the Alan Wake stuff. That's my assumption. I don't know. There has to be a link in there somewhere. There has to be. Yeah. There are pros and cons, but I'm still able to get laughs out of it. My sister imported. Right. There you go, Jess. That's the best way to go, man. It really is. All right. We're going to do the weekly, and then after I do the weekly, then we'll get into some regular games. I do want to get around to doing some tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 runs because I haven't had that opportunity yet. So we're going to do that. But this week's challenge is no evidence. This week's challenge is no evidence. These ghosts really don't want to help you out, but we're sure you're up to the task at Grafton for 5K. There's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There's the contract. It looks like we've got the mirror. And then if we come over here, we can see that we've got a lot of tier 2, tier 1 parabolic, and the tier 1 headgear. So the headgear is not going to be very helpful for me, but it doesn't matter because we have video cameras anyway. So we'll see how it goes. We will see. Johnny, thank you for the subs, man. Get ready for some dude. I'm ready. Listen. I'm prepared. I understand. I know what's coming. Do you like the new character update? Not really. No, I think that there are things about the character update I do like. Do I like it overall as an update? No. I don't think it's that great. Like, I don't think that overall it was done well, but I'm excited for new. I think that's what it is. It's just, I'm excited for new. Do you plan on prestiging anymore? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. As of right now, I'd say no. But is that going to change at some point? Maybe. What is Alan Wake? It's a game. Yeah. Yeah. Little Vampire, thank you for the 11 months. What is my FOV? What did I make my FOV? I don't remember. I have it set to 80. The max level is 9,999, but the max prestige is now 4,000. Baron saw a hacker level. Oh, of course he did. He sniffs it out. He literally sniffs it. Jocelyn's gonna have fun with his new prestige limit. I know some of them, especially like the really, really high level players like him and Dave and them, I think they're gonna prestige and they're gonna keep on trucking. Yeah, it gives them something new. I'm happy they're working on a lot of the bugs. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should not have come to this point where there's so many things that needed fixing that the public should not have seen half of what we've seen. There should just be a few things here or there where it's like, oh, that's a little buggy, or that's a little weird, or that's a little strange. Not as much as we've seen. I think that is what is, honestly, that's what's tanking some of the reviews right now. Yeah, 4,000 is the highest prestige now. That is correct. I was watching Dave this morning and did not sound too interested in prestiging. Ooh, maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like the Tanglewood rework is a good comparison. A few goofy bugs then versus what we have with this. Yeah, there you go. That's a really great way to look at it. With the Tanglewood update, there was a few things obviously that were a little bit wonky, but I was super excited about that and I loved it. Yeah. I don't see the point after Prestige 20 because there is no point. The only point would be just pride. Yeah. You'll get there one day, Flash. We'll get there. Oh, he's already Prestige 21. He's already done it. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing it yet. No, not yet. Holy song. Are you going to go to the next one? There we go. Oh, dang. I don't mind the new characters, but my boyfriend and I were experiencing performance issues as well. We were waiting until the patch next week before we play again. Very fair. I know there was a lot of multiplayer issues. Mr. 420, thank you for the donut. Wait a minute. Excuse me. Who anonymously donated $100? Excuse you? We can't thank you if we don't know who you are. Thank you for the donos to St. Jude, guys. Why is it so effing hot? Just can't do private lobbies from what I've seen. Public works fine. Oh, interesting, Johnny. So private lobbies were giving you issues. Oh, weird. It's been almost 3 years. Oh, you prestiged, Mayor. you said F it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, listen, I know, I understand. I just wish that there was rewards for higher prestiges. That's all, for me at least. Clueless, thank you for the biddies. Callie, thank you. Yeah, all right. Are we ready? This is, I mean, it's no evidence, and we love no evidence runs, so we'll see how it goes. It should be good. Yeah, was there anything special about the settings? I don't think so. Starting sanity's normal. Grace periods, that's fine. Go speed's normal. Yeah, looks fine to me. Activity's low, so we'll have to go find it a bit. But I mean, I could just use the mirror and just say F it. All right, let's go. Let's go. All
right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
What the hell? Wife and I had multiple disconnects playing private at Tangle. Oh, yeah, they were saying that, oh, wait. Oh, dude, I was so confused for a second. I was like, whose equipment? Oh, yeah, it's the weekly. Never mind. I don't choose the equipment. They choose it for me. Never mind. I miss throwing stuff through the door. I know, but that, okay. But them removing something like that doesn't bother me because you shouldn't be able to throw stuff through the door. It doesn't help that update days are the same as Steam maintenance. Oh, yeah, that's right. Tuesdays. Oh, yeah. Weird bugging for the update. It's been worse since the update. When I open the camera menu in the truck, my game crashes. Oh, God. You might, if it's on PC, you might want to verify your files because that sounds like an issue with your files being verified. All right. Who do we have? It's Marito and it's snowing. Well, damn it. Well, damn it. All right. Well, we'll get to get our look at tier 2 equipment kind of forcefully, but it is what it is. I don't even know if a thermo is even worth it right now. F it. Let's go. Oh wait, can I see with the juice? No. All right. Let's rock. I like the new animations, such as lighting a firelight. It looks good. Yeah, there's a lot of really great new animations. I would agree. Ah, it's upstairs. Can you still see inside doors via the video camera? I would almost guarantee it. I would almost guarantee that you can. That was weird. All right. Juice is loose. Love the tarot card animation. Yeah, it just needs to be closer to the screen. Yeah. Yeah, about 5 times closer, I'd say it would probably be a good compromise. I've heard nothing. I could just do the mirror. Oh my God. It's literally there. Listen, don't hunt me, okay? It's right there in the foyer. What would be your opinion on Phasmo adding an exorcism mechanic side mission like demonology? No, I would hate it. Nope, I think that would destroy the game, in my opinion. All right, put that there. I'm at 70 sanity. Well, I dropped 10 from walking in the dark. All right, let's take some pills. Hey, that was my first time seeing that. Hey, I like that one. Look at, oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. Oh my God, they did it. Oh my God, they did it. I have been asking them to make the pill bottle look different, used, not used, since they've added the pill bottle. The cap is gone when you've used it, even if you throw them on the ground. Lovely. Silver lining. Silver lining. Put that away, put that away. And give me you. I dig it. That's great. That's a fantastic addition. Fantastic. Mrs. Tato, oh, thank you for the donut. Well, that's a very interesting number, Dono. Thank you for the $67 dono to St. Jude. Thank you so freaking much. All right. Oh my God. I hate it here. My brain. My brain. Sorry, getting over being sick. Like, oh, I'll go check for orbs. Oh, while I'm checking for orbs, I'll check for those dots on the writing. I get my no evidence run. Sorry. Okay. I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna get some motion sensors so we can make sure the ghost is actually here. Oh yeah, the pill bottle's great. Love it. Hi, Ribs. Thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate all you do, especially for the kiddos this month. Oh, Ribs. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. And Spirit, thank you for the biddies. Is dying in the van true for van campers? No, who said that? All right, so these are obviously useless. But these are going to be useful because we need to find out where this little booger's hiding. Did the drop start? Yeah, 2 exclamation point drops. COVID brain is vicious. Listen, man, we're coming back, all right? We're coming back with a vengeance. Thank you guys for the hype train. Let's do... Was that this? Why did that sound like that was on another floor? Well, that was weird. I want the drop sound back on the pill bottle. Oh, is it not making any sound when we throw it to the floor? Okay. Oh, on no evidence runs, you can still see EMF 5 on the charts, by the way. Just side note. Oh, you can. It's just you can't hear it in the truck. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like some other sound. Like the bell from Sunny Meadows. You can't hear the bell inside of the truck. Yeah. But you can hear it when you throw it outside of the truck. Heard like another EMF on another floor. Right. Like why? All right. Ghosty's here and it's walking around back and forth. Ooh. Yeah. All right. Let's go check for this. We'll bring our smudgy in. We've got a lighter. What else can we do? I'll bring a crucifix too. Mechanic where you can revive a teammate with a summoning circle. I think it would be really cool if there was a chance of that. Like a chance of bringing your friend back from the dead by lighting the circle. I would light that circle way more often. Or like if we had a way to communicate with the dead, like to communicate with the dead via like a special spirit box or a special Ouija board or something. I don't know. I think that'd be cool. Listen, you uncultured swine. There's a way to communicate with the dead. It's called Discord. Okay. You know what I mean. All right. If it walks in that salt over there, then we can go ahead and cross off our Galu. But for right now, we know for sure it's not a wraith. 100%. Off the table. The two salt that I put down, though, it might have walked in those close enough together that it still could be a Galu, but it's probably unlikely. Silent, thank you for the 9 months. Limited use messages like 5 wishes on the paw, 2 times dead, communicate with the living somehow. Yeah, like imagine like a special like light that pops up on the spirit box that the dead is communicating back to you, like actually able to talk. That'd be super freaking sick. All right, dude, I don't even know where to begin with you. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna have to use the mirror, make it hunt, and then just pray. I think that's gonna be the way. Indeed. Thank you for the $100 dono to St. Jude. I missed one too. I don't know why that didn't make a sound, or it did. I wasn't paying attention. Close too. Thank you so much for the dono. And Starfire. What are you guys doing? Galu only walk through 1 to 2 of salt, never all 3. Well, that's a lie. It will walk through all 3 if it's within 2 seconds. Yeah, that's just incorrect information. The Galu, there's a 2-second delay. So if it walks in a salt, if it was walking full stride and I had all 3 of them back to back to back, it would walk through all 3 as long as it's within 2 seconds. Now, if it's after 2 seconds, if it walks in one and then 2 seconds go by, then it walks in another, or then it doesn't walk in another. Well, there you go. That's why. The 2 seconds. But we can see it was way over 2 seconds and it walked in this one too. So we know for sure that it's off the table. Your buddy told you differently. Okay, but where did your buddy hear it from? Okay. Let's do... I'm just gonna need to hear hunting speeds. I think that's how this is gonna go. He said he saw it on Twitch somewhere. That could be anywhere. On-road test? Oh yeah, I could do an on-road test real quick. Yeah. Let me oh Jesus Christ. Let me go get Firelight and we'll do that. That's a good idea. Hi Michaela. Listen, I'm never gonna be 100% right, and you're gonna hear me say I'm not, like, I don't think I'm right all the time. Yeah, I don't think so, man. Tornazan. Lighter check. I have a lighter. Sausage check. I got one. It's right there. There she is. Burn my little thumb. I could take it. Tornazan, thank you for the dono. Oh my freaking god, dude. Long time no whack. Wait, I can't. It's not. Oh, I can't see the full message. No whack D's. Oh, you son of a bitch. God damn it. You can't do something so nice with something so mean. Could you always see the liquid? Yeah. Yeah, you can see the liquid. All right, let's do this. There's a bug where the ghost blows out the candle, but the candle stays lit. God damn it, Grim. You son of a bitch. Why do we hold it sideways like this? Like, why are we not holding it straight? Like, I don't, okay. You can't stop me with profanity filters. Oh my god, dude. Thank you guys so much. 5 frickin' K for St. Jude. Thank you so much. All right, we're waiting for a blowout. So the wax does not drip on your hand. It has the little catchers on it. What do you mean? I just heard it throw something to my left. You better still be in this room, hotshot. Anyone heard of the new Star Fox game coming out? No. With it tilted, it could fall on your hand. Oh no. Are you over there now? Oh, that's not helpful. I don't know where. Hold on. Oh, that's stupid. That doesn't even make sense. Why did that go out when I picked it up? Doesn't even make sense. I can't. It's here somewhere. I got it. You moved too fast. What? Yeah, it's here now. Gosh, dang it, you little butthole. Okay. No Goryo? Correct. That's definitely a room move. I've got my flashlight upstairs. We're going to go up there and make it hunt. I don't like that the temp recorder turns off when you drop it. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, it's just, some of the stuff, there's no way it's programmed that way. Like, there's no way it was intended. I think some things are off. I don't know about the whole picking up, putting down lit firelights, if it's supposed to go out or not. Ever send you the pic that I took of you at TwitchCon while streaming at the booth? Did you? I don't remember if you did or not, Mezzo. Candles are giving Tater, giving Tater issue twos. Okay. What? I thought somebody played a blurb. What the hell was that? It's like somebody was dropping a remix. Okay, I'm just making you hunt. You suck. Where's the mirror? Give me this. Kitchen? Sounds normal. I heard it again. thought my nephew was playing a sound. Okay, it's not going to come over here. It's going to stop hunting. You did send it. I thought you did. Oh my God, I can't see shit. There we go. You suck. There we go. That's what I wanted. Where's my lighter? Okay. That's all we need. Got it. Might be the fridge door because I had that noise at now. Yeah, but you can't move that fridge door. Yeah, but you can't move it. Yeah, not a gin. Oh yeah, that's true. Say not you, not you. Definitely seems normal speed though. Our sanity's tanked. Our sanity is absolutely ripped because of using the mirror so much. So we're just having it hunt. I want to see it. Hello, Mr. Tommy Tom. How are you, sir? I haven't done the weekly yet. I was going to do it on Monday, but it was just, there was so much going on. I was like, I'll just do it Wednesday. How was the rest of your game, sir? I was watching you obviously play with Ms. Neon. Not a miling? Probably not. I think it's probably too loud. I would probably agree. Trying to find someone to blame for prestige going to 4,000. Remembered a friend that had it in their username. Okay. Yeah, it's a female ghost. Yeah. That is unnecessary roughness, Mr. Tom. I'm not sure I appreciate it. Okay, we're just done. We're not going to hunt. It's over? Okay. When you change your name back. FlashForce Prestige 4,000. There we go. Holy crap. Oh, it's Pam. Oh, shit. I accidentally uncrouched. Well, it's not a Raiju, that's for sure. There she goes. Okay. So, what do we know? We know that this is one heck of a normie ghost. One heck of a normie. Yokai maybe because of the sanity drain? Well, my sanity should be borderline like 0 at this point. Because of using the mirror. But yeah, blink wise, it's normal. All of that, it's normal. So I'll go through and eliminate all that stuff here in a second. Oh yeah, no, it's not a Dio. No way. No way in hell. Good night, Fen. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. Jackie, thank you for the 34 months. I see you. Mayor, maybe. Check my watch. It's a little hard to do. Hold on. There you go. I think I have... Do I have 1%? I might have 1% sanity. Definitely easier for me to hit 21 than flash hitting 4,000. Yeah, I checked for orbs. We didn't have orbs earlier. What button is that? So on mouse, it's a right click. Hold down your right click when there's nothing in your right hand. It's a little weird. It's a little strange. To pull your left hand out, you need to have nothing in your right hand. But I'm sure that something will get worked out. Okay. Not a Raiju. I don't think it's throwing enough to be a Pulte. Salad, thank you for the 3 months. Hi, Sean. Carrie, how are you, friend? How was your stream? No Bombo. No Diane. No Dio. Oh, I didn't check my time for the hunt. I didn't see what time I smudged. I didn't look. Can you not keybind the watch on PC? I don't think you can keybind it to something by itself. Not that I'm aware of. No Bake? Probably not. That's definitely less than 3 minutes though, yeah? She might come right here. I don't think it's a yokai. I don't think so. Hey, Cool Cake, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Stand your ground. Definitely not a yokai. Really made sure of that one. Oh God, I can't see. Oh God, where? Who are you? What is this place? Got a raid and run. No worries, dude. No, you're good. I appreciate you. I hope the stream was good. Hey, are you a shade? Hey. Hello? I wish I would have animated piano hands. How funny that would be. That would please me. Hey, are you in here? Hey, butthole. Oh, that was me. Smudge is instant. The animation takes a while. That's correct. That is correct. Tom and I were actually bringing that up earlier to DK. All right, well, you're not a shade now. Get off the floor, Pam. It's filthy. Well, that solves that problem. Okay. We know it's not a shade. I don't think it's a spirit or a yokai. Not an Obake. Man, this is going to be tough. Not a Hantu. I mean, Onryo's on the table. I don't know. It's hard to say. Banshee, the only way I'm really going to be able to tell a Banshee is if I'm on the same floor. She's tired from doing the back bends. Mare, maybe. I could try to get the mare ability. Was that the event? You know what? Let's watch this for a second. Well, did I do the Onryo test? It blew out the firelight once. That was it. No more back of the neck beard. Oh, yeah, you're right. There is no more back of the neck beard. VCR still doesn't work. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. Had a ghost hunt right as I left the front door at Nell yesterday. I was talking on the radio, looked around, seeing the doors locked. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot more often too. People getting out of there and then all of a sudden the door's locked. Yeah. It might be EMF 5. That's what I'm curious about. Loretta, thank you for getting merch. Hello. It might be. I was URA testing with the Sandy watch earlier. Super fun. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Because you can get instant feedback on that, which is nice. That's a good point. Can you have a female ghost model with a male name? No. No, you can't. No, because if it's EMF 5, then you're going to have it hold. It's not going to do a spike and then hold. This is more than likely like an object throw. But I think there's a possibility we do have EMF 5. Kev, thank you for the biddies, homie. Is there not an animation for the piano if you don't have anything in your hand? I don't think so, which is super, super upsetting. This, see, that right there is deceiving. I don't think it is. Let's just pretend we do have EMF 5. What does that do? Literally leaves us with a myling. Was that quiet enough to be a myling? That I don't know. That's a hard sell. I wonder if I have hiding in the back bedroom over there, because the ghost is going to come back up to where we were. Maybe I can run upstairs and go over there and then try to drop my flashlight and do a myling test. I don't know for sure that we do. I don't know about that, but it could be worth a try. All right, and run. Hold on, Pam. Got it. Thank you, Pam. See, I can hear her foots from here. Oh, no, is she coming? Maybe. Big game Tanglewood yesterday. The Banshee. We had the target hide while we tried to do the last objective. Oh, nice. Mr. Chinggis. How's it going, sir? How's Miss Dahlia? It's not going to come upstairs, is it? You hear it over there? If I leave, will my drop progress restart? Absolutely not. Nope. If you leave, your drop progress stays. There we go. All right. I'm going to quickly try to get this. She's definitely moving like further back into the house. I could do the fireplace. If I have to, I can. Okay. Sounded like she was coming right for me. Okay. Let's see if this still works. It should. Will changing the region from NA to EU fix the disconnect issue in multiplayer? I don't know if it's across multiple regions or if it's just all regions. I don't know. Doc, thank you for the prime, dude. Rose, thank you for the prime. We'll just listen to the juice while we hang out here for a sec. When you got a normie, it's tough, man. Look at her. So smug. Still haven't played since the update first. Hands-on is tomorrow. Hey, let's go. I'm looking forward to watching. I am looking forward to it, sir. Here she comes to wreck my day. Okay. Just using my own timers right now. It sounded like she came from in here, dude. But now I hear stuff getting thrown in the living room. weird sound. Yeah, I think it's here. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'll give you this for a lighter. Here, blow it out. Oh, did you like my song, Pam? Found the bone. I think she liked it. I think she was a fan. Here, I'll keep going. I need to hurry. We're gonna try something. How long do we watch to get the drop? 2 hours. 2 hours. All right, let's try this. This is a tough one. He's a tough one. We throw. Okay. Escape route at the red ape. Escape route at the red ape. Just in case shit goes down, you know what I mean? Karina, thank you for the 3 months. They put the version Lav did up and listened to that on occasion to switch the music box version. I love it. Didn't realize he wrote it. Yeah, he did. He did indeed. Why is my wrist watch going into my hand? I have a feeling I'm going to get got. If it's a banshee, that doesn't do me any good anyway, but it did come over here and turn the light off. I would almost even be willing just to put banshee down just in case shit goes awry, but not a single like clue of a banshee scream yet. Hey, Food Muncher, doing well. How are you? She's just trying to be like me. I'm like watching my parents fight. What if it's like a Pulte and I'm just getting fooled? Doesn't sound like a Pulte? I don't know, man. Some of those tosses seem kind of aggressive. I don't know. That was very Pulte-like. It kind of felt like it to me. Our ghosties. This is my first one. It's taken a while because we're just testing our way through it. She really didn't feel like she was throwing... You son of a bitch. It didn't feel like she was throwing much at first. But now, I don't know. I kind of want to lead her into the bedroom. That sounds weird. God dang it. It's gonna be too late. No, it hasn't turned a light on. I really haven't had the opportunity to do a mare test anyway. Doesn't feel aggressive enough to be a demon's. I could try to do a pulte pile, maybe. Not very vocal. Holy balls, that's not what I mean. Okay, she sees us. Okay, okay. I'm gonna try to get line of sight here and then run. Run! See, now it doesn't sound like she's throwing a lot. You think a demon? You think this is just an awful demon? All right, I've got the 25-second timer going. I'm befuddled. Maybe it is. Maybe this is just a crap demon. Hello, child. Good. How's it going? Huh? Nice. Love you. Could it maybe be a mimic? We didn't have any orbs. Ooh, finally a cruci burn. Now we're talking. Wouldn't be the first awful demon to be had. This is true. Watch it be a mare. I swear to God, spending an hour on this ghost. When's the kid taking over the Flash Empire? Any day now. Flaskin, oh my God. What up, homie? Flaskin, dude, I suck, man. Oh, that's disgusting. I had the vid last week. I was all kinds of messed up. What if it's a Ure? Then it sucks even more because there's nothing I can do about it. There's no door attached. Hey, okay, that was way over our time though. Like, it's not messing with the door. Okay. It's not messing with the doors. It's... You're gonna ruin it! You're gonna ruin it! Not a mare! Holy balls! Not a mare! Oh my God, it only took that long. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. This is just a really awful set of ghosts to be doing this with. Yeah. Mustache Man? Are you calling Flaskin the Mustache Man? I'm stuck. Oh my God. Listen, like... all this stuff can get thrown. Like, and it didn't touch any of this stuff when it was over here. Mustache Man checks out. I guess that's fair. As long as he's okay with it. As long as he's cool with it, groovy. All right, so it's about to stop any second. Okay, it's done. I did not mean to turn that one on because it sucks. He does make a lot of really funny short form content. It's very unique short form content, which is something I can appreciate for sure. It is always fun to watch. All right, no, shut up. It's about to hunt again. Nope, that's out of the that's out of the demon realm. How's he gonna make the shorts with the new update? Oh, he'll find a way. Oh, he'll find a way for sure. Make a pull tip out at the top of the stairs. I was thinking about just making one inside of its room and trying again. Or just saying F it and risking it for the biscuit and just going for it and then like having it chase me in that room and watch for the items to get tossed and see what happens. But yeah, Ure and Onryo are right now the two that I'm thinking. Those are the two. You know, maybe that's what we do. Maybe it's a last ditch effort. Hey, if ads play, I do apologize. I tried to snooze them as long as I could. I could just go get 2 candles and just go bring them into the room and then just sit there. Stop it, Ron. Oh. That might be the move. We just go running. Oh my god. Wow, that was very, very red. Jesus. All right, let's get 2 candles and bring them inside of that room. That's going to be probably our last ditch effort for this. Flashlight bug? What flashlight bug? Mood lighting. I can bring all 3. F it. F it, Jeff it. Might as well. Full send. Our ghostie's being rude. It's just being very tame in the sense of like not doing anything special. Oh, well that was actually kind of, I wasn't paying attention to the animation last time. I liked that it lit each candle separately. That was kind of cool. Run. Okay, that didn't work. You bitch. Stop it. No. Leave me alone. You bully. Blow 2 out in 20 seconds. Come on. You know what I mean? Blow 1 out twice in 20 seconds. Thank you for the primes. Appreciate you guys. Eat more beef. Thank you for the gifted, man. I don't know, man. That was probably close enough, right? Probably close enough. Like, close enough to the fire where if it was actually an Onryo, it wouldn't have hunted? Come on, dude. Hey, what's up, hero? No multi. I just didn't start it. I didn't start it because I was just trying to get everything going. I'll probably start it here, like, late. If it's an Onryo and it started within range of those candles, like, come on. Had a bad migraine? Oh, they're going around, dude. Yeah, anybody that gets them has definitely been getting them a lot. I can't light my lighter. Isn't that adorable? Hey, there we go. Up it went out. There's no way it's out of liquid, right? I might be out of liquid. Oh no. I think I'm out of fluid. Okay, carpal tunnel. I've been lighting too many lighters. Last Odin, thank you for the 29 months. Mr. Stu, thank you for the 3. Okay, I was like, can I fill that effed up hand with a lighter, please? I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. Hey, City, thank you for $325 dono to St. Jude. Phantom lighter, yeah. My God, thank you so much, friendo. Missed the window for the drop. Nope, you've got to the 11th. You are more than fine. I'm bringing these in now for funsies. Is that the first time? That's the first time I've seen that. But that's also technically this is the first time that I've used the first time that I've used the tier 2 lighter. So I don't know. Where's the link? Do exclamation point donate. All right, ready? Run. Oh, that's useless. What? That's how I normally play. I might just have to go Ure, man. There's only so much we can do. If it's not, we take the L, move on. The only other thing I could possibly try would be throwing more items in the room. Banshee test? The ghost hasn't come to me. No Banshee screams, none of that jazz. Give me this stuff. Where's the... Hello? Oh, there's the wall. Can't see shit. Adrift Nightcore. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Ghost is in here? I can't see her. Oh shit. Would you F off, lady? Oh my God, just kill me. I'm so sick of this shit. I have Ure marked, right? I think I did. I don't know. My God. By the way, I think I know what the noise is. I'm sorry. Did this ghost hunt under 3 minutes as a spirit? Or was I just gaslit the entire time? I need to trust myself. I think that's what needs to happen here. I need to trust myself. All right. Anyway, we're going to pretend like nothing happened. Anywho, thank you for the $30 dono to St. Jude. Thank you so much, friend. Just got your drop. Let's go. Thank you guys for the follows. Angel Dust, thank you for the 14 months. Matt, thank you for the 9. Fry, thank you for the 9. I think my problem is I was trusting too much and trying to, I should have timed it myself. Yep. First round. I know. All right, let's go. First round. Nothing happened on nothing happened yet. We haven't played yet. This is the first one.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
It definitely hunted for 3 minutes. I'd have to go back and watch. I would have to go back and watch. All right, now's the perfect. Oh yeah, Mayor, I'm going to. I was gonna say now I'm actually gonna go on all the places. This is actually perfect timing. Now it's actually great timing. We're gonna pretend like nothing happened. That was a warm-up, okay? It was a warm-up. Everybody was getting ready. Hi, Spooky Queen. Yeah, we just started. Exactly. Yeah. Let's see. Do that. Go there. There. There we go. Groovy. Kaylee, thank you for the 8-month membership. Thank you so much. Really, for the first time they walked in, guessed the ghost correctly without even trying. Lucky guess. Hell yeah. Hey, a guess. Pfft. A correct guess is still a correct ghost. That's what matters. All right. We have Livy Anderson. All right, Livy. We need to find out where you are. We might get lucky and get ourselves an EMFer on the board, because even though it's a no evidence run, this is still messed up and you can still see EMF 5s here. So we're still going to try. Let's go. Thank you, Archmage. Lilith, how are you? What's going on, champ? Welcome in. Pipsqueak, thank you for the 5 months. All right, let's go. Go check for the power first. I have a theory to what happened to the heartbeats. I bet they tried to fix the Raiju, but somehow did the reverse. Maybe. Why every ghost heartbeat is so stinking loud now? Possibly. What's up, Voodoo? Can't read the thermo? Oh, the tier 1? Yeah, it's a little rough. Little rough. All right, well, I'm just going to use the mirror unless it decides to make itself known right about now. Okay. Hey, Saturn. Was that downstairs either like bathroom or like that you know what I'm talking about? Over here. Like that over there. I saw this. That's what I saw. Hello? There we go. Oh, hi. 9 degrees, 13 degrees. Yeah, it's here. Okay, well, we found our ghosty, so that's good. Hi, Mail. The artist formerly known as FlashForce. When are you going to start your journey towards Prestige 4000? You know, that's what they're asking me. They're blaming me for it because of the old 4000 that was taken out. And it's just been added to the game. Yeah, I don't know if that journey's ever going to begin, Mel. Yeah, hi, Mr. Rafa. Hey, guys, for the follows. Welcome in. Macy, thank you for the gifted to Skinny. Galaxy, thank you for the 10 months. Hello. All right. Let's go ahead and get some early testing done. We're going to go ahead and get an Onryo test in there if we can. I'm going to check and make sure we don't have any orbicals, all this stuff. Let us try. Hey, what's up, DJ? Welcome in. I'll be retiring and Flash would still be doing prestigious. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, if you were starting at level 0 and you're getting to Prestige 4000, if every Prestige takes you 60 hours, then it's going to take you 27 years. It's not even an exaggeration. It's literally how long it would take. I'm placing 2 and saving 1. Reason for that is because if it's a possible Galu, there's one blowout. Oh, okay, probably not. That was probably past 2 seconds, and it stepped in that one too. So we can go ahead and say no to the Wraith, and we can also say no to the Galu. I need to be careful because, okay, I'm okay for right now, but I looked in the mirror, which drained 20 of my sanity. Careful, SpongeBob. You and your best friend beat a blood moon for the first time today. Nice. Nice. Ew. Ghosty? Hey, what's up, Brady? Welcome in. Oh, you sick bastard. Farted on us. Now I've got to be extra careful, though. Oh, wow, dude. We're just going to do it again, huh? All right. Son of a bitch. Run. It farted on us. Run. Pink eye, only if it's bare ass. This is the second. No, this is the first game. This is the first one. Ah, yeah, now I'm within hunting. Do I let you hunt? Maybe I do, because that could expedite the process here. That might be a smarter thing to do right now, rather than just taking sanity this second. Say, F it, and go ahead and let it hunt. Oh, sure, now you blow it out. Well, there's 2 blowouts. Watch it be a shame. I'm hoping it's a different speed. That's all I can hope for, is that the ghost is a different speed ghost. That's all I can pray for. Maybe next time. Thank you for the prime, man. Thank you all for the primes today. Appreciate you. How do you enable the drop in game? Well, you just go to the cosmetics. You go to the t-shirt and you put it on. And we run. And it kicked the power because it's an a-hole. There we go. Been watching me on the tubes. Well, welcome over. Oh, no hiding there. Not hiding there, though. Yep. It's no to the Jinn. We know that it's not an Oni. For sure. I'm below 50 right now. The ghost is Livy Anderson, so it could be anything. Yeah, it could be anything. Thank you for the 2 months, Emil. Thank you so much. What's up, D? Is the journal harder to read with this update, or am I just getting old? No, it's harder to read because it's further away. Nope, that's... Many a comment has been made about that. Yep. I'm hoping that they just say F being able to see the damn watch and just pull it closer. When I want to look at the journal, I don't care about the watch. I don't care. I want to see the journal. What do you think of the new update? Mixed bag. Mixed bag. I think there's definitely some charm to be had in some of the funny stuff that happens. Very unfinished. I wish they would have taken more time with it. Lots of stuff to fix, unfortunately. What if it's a Dio? Is that what's taking so long? Maybe a shade? Controller, my day was good, man. Day was good. It was good. Also hate not being able to last minute pull the journal when I die. I think that's a problem. Like, I think it's something they know is wrong, so it'll be fixed. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it a lot when we started today. We were just talking about how, you know, there's going to be a lot of people right now that are upset about it because they didn't just like change something that people didn't like. They changed a lot of things that people are like, why did you do that to this update? Because it really messed with how I play the game. Yeah, journal not opening after death is on the list. Yep. Bro, I know I'm below 50. Look at my sanity. You see it on my watch. Look at that. I'm at like... I'm almost... We're getting close to only like 30%. There you go. Holy... Is this a Revenant? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, wait. I gotta hurry. Okay. I was like, oh, I gotta hurry and put it in the journal. Oh, crap. That is for sure a Revy. Bye, Stinky. All right, we're out of here. F her. We're out of here. Maybe it's a specialized bug. Is that what it is? Yeah, that's a Revy for sure. We heard how slow it was, and then it sped up whenever it could sense us. So thank God it was more obvious. We also don't have orbs, so that would not be a mimic. Yeah, we'll take it. Revenante. Is there only 3 inventory slots, including the lighter? Including the lighter, you can have 4 things. Revy. Nice. All right, there's 1. Let's go back in and do it again. Great first round.
We've arrived.
I dig.
The equipment and get set up.
Can't launch Phas. Stuck on initializing. Oh, you might have to off F4, man. They go for the follows, by the way. If you're not in my Discord, you want to get updates about when I go live and whenever we are doing something special on stream, or if a new video gets posted, whatever it may be, that's all there, friends. So the rest of the socials, all the things are there. What does the drop look like? The drop looks like this. It's 3 with the lighter again after the update, isn't it? Well, no, because you have a flashlight and then you can have 3 other items. Well, no, technically, here, if we want to get technical about it. Yeah, because look, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. So you have your flashlight in your left, and then your right hand will cycle through. And when it's cycling through, there's a point where there's nothing in your hand. So that way you're able to either right click to turn on the flashlight, or you're able to throw the flashlight down. But then you cycle through your 3 items, 1, 2, 3, including the lighter. Yeah. 5, yeah, 5 headgear wise. If we go play that card as well. Yeah. Yeah. Wolf, thank you for the 3 months, man. Welcome back. Your hand has to be empty to use the flashlight? No, your hand has to be empty to throw it down. To use the flashlight, let's say I'm holding this out, if I hit T, then we're good to go. And the headlamp. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, sir. 6 if you have the camera on the tripod. Okay, all right, listen. Listen here. We're not playing this game again. We've been down this road. Still stupid they didn't make the flashlight an offhand item and not... It should have its own special slot. Like, it should not be within your, like, inventory. It should have, like, when you pick it up, it should have its own special space. Honestly, that's the way it should be. Splitting hairs. I know. All right, let's go back. We have Jane Anderson. All right. Actually, I'm gonna put some stuff back here because I don't need any of this crap. I was just trying to prove a point. Let's reset ourselves. Reset. Okay. I can't reset. Can I? All right. Oh, there we go. Pretend like the round just started. There we go. Is the drop for the High Priestess shirt? That is correct. It's that one right there. Yep. 2 hours. 2 hours. If you've already got it, then you've got the drop. I don't know when the next drop is going to be. It's probably going to have something to do with the Alan Wake stuff, but it's just us waiting to hear about it. Yeah. Welcome over, Lily. Should be able to hold an item in your teeth like a pirate. How many pirates do you know put stuff in their teeth? Do you know why when turning the player speed down to 50, the players start bugging out? I don't know, because I don't turn the player speed down to 50 very often. Unless it's like some new bug or something like that happened with the latest update. I don't know. Hope Alan Wake gives us a t-shirt and a badge. I would only hope it would give us a badge for a one-time event. Yeah, I would hope so. Okay. Let's go. Let's get flashlights. Let's get that. Because I'm using the mirror, those are almost useless. They are almost useless. I think we'll be better off just going straight in there with some salt and you know what? I will grab a thermo though, just to make sure that it is that room. I think that's what. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Welcome in. Missed a lot being away on vacation. Oh yeah, some stuff and things has happened. Stuff and also things. Watch, I'm gonna go to check for power upstairs, and it's gonna be downstairs this time. Hey, all right, I've had power upstairs each time. Roger that. Let's turn that on. here. Hit the mirror, give it a peek. I think that's the hallway downstairs. I think so. What it looked like was out here. I think I saw this. Oh, I did. Okay, it's walking that way. Give it a couple seconds. Okay. Oh my God, Grandmama. We gotta run. My sanity might be tanked. Hold on, let me look. Nah. Took a hit, but it wasn't too crazy. I'm playing the weekly. Yeah, it's a no evidence run. See, you can't, you look at this and you're like, oh, EMF 5, but at the same time, the ghost literally just evented on me, so you can't do that. You can't do that. All right, I'm at 65. Do I want to take the sanity? Do I want to take it? Maybe take one for now, just to be on the safe side. Let's take one. Let's take one. Delicious. First time I've heard that scream. Wait, what? I took your tip about the dot photo with the Goryo and it worked. Hey, let's go. Even after the update. All right. Let's see. Let's bring in a smudge. Let's bring in this guy. And let's bring in a I'm actually going to wait on the crucifix because we want to bring this in and make sure there's no orbs. Yeah, we're just raw dogging the pills. No water at all. Yeah. Chewing them too, which they're very obviously not chewable pills. Okay. They're Tums, right? I don't think so. They don't look like Tums. Anything can be chewed. Okay, that's the mentality to have. Yeah, there's our breath. There's our breath. So it's out here somewhere. You don't chew your pills? I mean, there's some pills you can chew, not all of them. Depends on the pill. Yeah, let's see. The nasty taste of a chewed pill. Yeah, but if it's meant to be chewed, then it's fine because it's usually like flavored something. All right, we know you're here. We know you're here. We know you're not a wraith. Not. It farted on us, right? Right? Wait, did it fart? It fart balled on us earlier. If I recall. Flintstone vitamins. Yeah, just chalk. Where's this ghost, man? That was last round? I thought it was this round too. Hello? Ma'am? Ma'am? Flintstone kids? Oh yeah. I had purchased some not too long ago so my kids could experience it too. Ma'am? Well, that was rude as shit. Just gonna cut my juice, huh? All right. That doesn't make you less rude, ma'am. Where? What the? Dude, the orange ones all day? Hell yeah. The orange ones are good. Can't wait for the fixes. I'm liking it so far. I also can't wait for the fixes. I agree. Wholeheartedly, friend. I'm with you. There's a lot. There's a lot that's going to be coming. Oh, let's blow it out now that I'm not there, you piece of trash. Yeah, Yeah, something weird's happening with the fire. How long do you think it'll take them to fix it? Hopefully not long. If their goal was to have it all done by the Alan Wake update, they've got till Tuesday. Ma'am. Ma'am, don't... You're not a shade, are you? That'd be really rough. Ma'am. Patch on the 12th? Correct. That's when the Alan Wake update is. Ma'am. I feel like you have vented with me in the room, though. Which really makes me think not a shade. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll get everything fixed by then. I would just have to have high hopes. Hopes. You bought an engagement ring? Congrats. When are you going to ask? What's up, Ninja? I'm good. How are you? It hates the cans. Now, I don't know if it's fixed. I'd say the odds are probably not. But that was my third blowout. Also, I'm fairly certain it did it with me in the room. So that would remove both the shade and also the Onryo. How many more am I going to do? Oh, I don't know. It's a difficult... if the answer is not one, then it's difficult for me to answer. And it's definitely not one. You know what? Hold on. I got you, boo-boo. Just in case. Shade has always been my huge problem. If you're standing in a room and the ghost throws something with you in the room, like you and the ghost are standing in a room together, the ghost throws something, it's not a shade. Shades can't do that. Damn, dude. Is there no hiding? Fuck. Oh, there might be in the kitchen, though. Never mind. Oh, you guys wanted to know what that sound was last time? You know what I bet you it was? I bet you it was that. Why is there a door on the floor that can, on a hinge, moving? I don't know. I don't have answers for you. But it's there and it exists. At this point, why the hell not? All right. Well, there's no hiding, but I just have to say F it, man. Oh, it's in the mannequin room. That's adorable. Normal speed. I'd say normal blinkies as well. Oh, open a prayer. She cheated. She's a cheater. She's a cheater. I'm not even gonna be able to pick a ghost. It's not an Obambo. It's not. It's not an Obambo. Oh, spirit. Okay. Man, so you've got to be really careful because if you don't get your ghost circled by the time it gets you, you're screwed. You have to have something marked before it gets you. Okay. Man, there was nowhere to go. I had to try. All right. Anyway, let's go back. Shut up. It doesn't exist.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
Stupid
before
spirits.
starting the investigation.
My ideal loadout. It depends on what the game is, but usually it's flashlight, EMF, and thermo.
Left in a hurry.
Yeah. I just want my mic icon back. Oh, yeah. They removed that too. The only way you know if you're muted in game or not is if you do this. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense if you are trying to run from the ghost or get away. How are you supposed to know if your mic is on or not if you're going like this? Like this? If you have items inside. Okay, I just screwed that up. If you have items in your hand, you can't see your watch possibly. And then you can't pull up your journal, so you don't know. Well, damn it. That's right. We'll be a little more methodical on this one. Jacob, thank you for the prime, man. We'll be a little bit more methodical. All right. Benjamin White. Well, Benjamins, you can't be a Banshee or a Diane. So. Let us go and take a peek in the mirror. Yeah. Let's go take a peek. There's no keybind to look at your watch on the PS5. Definitely plenty playable update. I'm fairly certain if you have nothing in your right hand. I'm fairly certain that if you have no item on you like this and you hold X, that it will bring your watch out. I could be wrong, and someone that is on console is more than welcome to correct that. I'm fairly certain that that's what it is. Because on Xbox, if you hold A, it brings out your watch. So there is. Ghost, are you going to show me where you are? Hey. Wait, that... Well, thanks, bud. I didn't even have to use the mirror. Okay, the temp is like the same in both places. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. What a pal. Meg, thank you for the 8-month prime. Oh, the rain is so stinking loud. Took me a while to find the watch button. Yeah, it takes a minute. If you don't know, I mean, it takes a second. Like, what about the game tells you how to look at it? Yeah. So it's tough. Did they change the tutorial level at all to go over? Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. I'd say probably not. Odds are probably no. Yeah. All right. So let's go make sure that we don't have any orbicals back there. I'm not even going to bring the crucifix back there yet. I'm going to put motion sensors so that way I know where the ghostie's going. Play on Xbox. You've been trying to figure it out. I got you. Yeah, no worries. Is there still a problem with not all the candles lighting? Yeah, it was being weird for me. You mean with the tier 2? Yeah, it's being strange. Just give me orbs. Just give us a freebie. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to go get the mirror and let you get me. Oh, that's so nice. That's nice. That's just nice right there. Oh, I did mark that correctly, right? Okay. Because once it gets me, that's it. There's nothing I can do about it. So when you're on a no evidence run, friends, and you see orbs that is a guaranteed mimic, there is no questions about it. One finger to touch, everything is slapping in your nose. All right, let's go say hi to our mimic. Hey, hey, it's me. Look. Hold on, can I see me better over here? Hey, it's me. Look at me. Didn't see the ghost. No idea what model it was. I'll just take a seat here. It'll be fine. You have a head. Oh, Mimic. Oh, we do love you so. It is my favorite ghost, to be fair. All right, we got one more to do, so let's go do it. Am I gonna give the emotional support Mimic a hug? And I did. Yes, I did. Beginning mares not acting like mares. Oh, what have they been doing? Thank y'all for the follows, friends. I appreciate you guys. Welcome in. If you are just now starting to earn your drops, you have 2 hours to watch to get it, and it does not need to be straight through. It can be multiple streamers over multiple days if you want to. So if you can only watch Twitch for like 30 minutes right now, and then you can watch for an hour and a half tomorrow, perfect. You just have to find somebody that's in the Phas category that has drops enabled, which most do. So all you have to do is just let it rip for 2 hours. Yep. Yep. And you're good to go. And the drop looks like that, for anybody curious. I haven't played Phas in so long. I'll just wait for them to patch before I try it again. That is probably a fantastic idea, Nix. Yeah. It's probably a great idea. I said to a ghost, excuse me, sir, do you want to talk about your car's extended warranty? Oh, did it kill you? Drop it like it's hot. I'm going to try to. Let's see. John Holmes. John Holmes. All right, John Holmes. Let's go find out where your home is. Will you be streaming for 2 more hours? I don't know about for 2 more hours, but for a while for sure. Possibly 2. If I'm not live for another 2 hours, I will absolutely be taking you over somewhere else to continue earning them. So you'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 hours. It's literally just leaving your PC on for 2 hours watch time and you earn a free thing. That's literally it. I don't like the rain and grappling because it's loud. It's loud. Wish they showed progress bar. That's a Twitch. That's a Twitch thing. That has nothing to do with Kinetic. All right, Ghost. Do you want to show where you are? You did last time. Super nice. Is there anything you're disappointed with this update? Oh, there's a lot. Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff about the update that is just unfortunate and disappointing because it just was thrown out into the world without being really ready. But it doesn't ruin my game. It does not ruin the game for me, so I'm still able to play just fine. I know for some it's not the same, and that's totally okay. Not for me. Wait. Where was that? Was that downstairs? There's no photographs in here, right? No. Okay, good. Wait. Hey, I've got hiding. I don't remember where those picture frames are. It wasn't literally where I was it? Jesus Christ. Oh, you're over there. Hey, can you not hit me, please? Don't. I'll be below 50. Seriously, bro, knock it off. Shut up. It's freaking out, man. What? Wait, oh, was it here? Oh, it might be hallway. Hold on. Wait a tick. It might be hallway. I just was so lost when I saw those picture frames. It caught me off guard. Can you hold other items with your left hand too? No, just the flashlight. No, just a flashlight. Anything big? What do you mean? Been having problems with the microphone detection recently? No, I've not. No, at first I thought I did, but it's been totally fine ever since. All right, I don't want you to hunt me yet. So we're going to take one of those. Yummy. And then I'm going to bring 2 of these. And this. There's a video who played you and Doc and 2 others. You made the ghost kill them in Ridgeview. It was so funny, but I can't find it. You made the ghost kill them. What? That doesn't sound like me. Well, you've always been able to see the pills. The difference is that now there's an animation to actually taking them, and you can actually see the difference between a used pill bottle and an unused pill bottle. How do you find the ghost with 0 evidence if it's not a mimic? Oh, best way is narrowing down the ghost with hunting speed, invisibility, different things the different ghosts can do. It just depends, man. It just depends. Phoenix, thank you for the $50 dono to St. Jude. So, yeah, there's my breath. I think I saw this. I think that is what I saw, which means that it would be hallway, which is here. If that's true. And there it is. Because this is part of the hallway. So, if I do it like that, I can know where it is. Like, I know that it's over there right now instead of over here. All right, let's leave that on for now while I go get more stuff. They're all stacked in the living room and you brought the ghost to them and escaped. I have no idea. No clue. Yeah, I could switch the sensors, but visibly it's a lot easier whenever I'm watching them in person to know if it goes boom, boom, instead of trying to watch the double sensor from the one. I could switch it. I just like it this way. Let's do crucifix, smudge, salt. Yeah. Yeah, you should get a notification from Twitch whenever you earn the drop. Yep. Yep. No, it's the weekly challenge, so it's a no evidence run. What up, TC? TCG, how are you? All right, Ghosty is frequently walking over this way. There's one. Put that down and it should walk back through. Ghost farted on me. Why is that broken? Hello? I like the update. Notice some jank with the co-op. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that needs fixing, but they're definitely working on it though. Oh? Is this a Gallo? It walked in the first salt. What the hell? And I see no orbicals anywhere to be found. I don't think so. First thing I did was make sure that I went to my journal and circled it just in case stuff went south. Yeah, so the Galu stepped in salt and then it became enraged, right? So now that it is, it can't step in any more salt after 2 seconds have gone by. Another player throws something on the ground. It'll clip through the ground and everyone but the person who... Wait. Oh, it'll clip through the ground for everybody but the person who threw it? Damn. Yeah, this has got it. Yeah, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Marching back and forth, back and forth. So... With... You son of a bitch. Excuse me. Hear the speed? Took you damn long enough. Teddy. Keep coughing. Yeah, Lou. Man, that salt gave it away. That was nice. I mean, eventually we would have figured it out from the speeds and all that jazz from it using the protective equipment, but I'll take that. All right, there's the 5K for the weekly. Heck yeah. Nice. F spirits, man. Did we say F spirits? F them. Hard. Hard. I've lost count. Have you lived yet? Yeah, but you don't have to live. That's the best part of the weekly. You do not have to live through the weekly. You don't have to live. I thought you needed to live to get the weekly. Absolutely not. You just have to get the ghost correct. You can die every single time. As long as you have the correct ghost circled, you get your 5K when the weekly's done. Yep. Sometimes it's even better because it saves you time walking back to the truck. You just get it over with. There's no point in doing the objectives. There's no point in doing the extra stuff. It's a ×1 multiplier run. Just get the ghost and get out. Didn't you find the order of the sounds played when died weird? It breaks the neck and then the choking sound plays. Yeah, it's a little strange. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that one. And also what's weird is that when a player's talking, like when they're getting choked out, you can still hear them even after the neck breaks. It's when their body starts to fall, you stop being able to hear them. When I think that you should not be able, as soon as the neck breaks, you should not be able to hear the player anymore. Like whoever was talking should be completely silenced. Yeah. I don't know, but again, that's why we need to make sure that we are delivering all of our opinions and saying things we think should happen. I've done death stuff like that, but ended up having most deaths to a shade because of it. Oh man. All right. Now, the only wheels that I'm going to be doing this month are the good wheels. Outside of that, we won't be doing any others because it's going to be St. Jude related things. But I will do the good wheels whenever we reach that. Say your opinions respectfully. Absolutely. Absolutely. We did reach the daily. So let's spin the wheel. Anyone have problems with the mic not working? It seems like a lot of people were having that issue. Yeah, you might want to reach out to them inside of the Phas Discord and say something. Moich. Well, we can do that. You guys give me a second. We'll do a giveaway for some merch. Is YouTube broken tonight? Shouldn't be. Is it giving you issues? It shouldn't be. Thanks for the follows, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to start a giveaway in chat. You guys will know when it's happening because it'll pop up. It's only on the Twitch side. I can't do multi-platform giveaways, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh yeah, crashing has also been an issue too. It sounds like it's been more prominent in consoles for sure. Yeah, hopefully it gets figured out. All right. Well, it looks like it's working, so that's a good deal. Let me fill out the informations and then we'll be good to go. How do you get the astronomer badge? It's too late for it. You had to be watching the Galaxy Showcase to get it. Yeah. Logical Clown, thank you for the 36 months. All right, we wait for it. All right, it's in chat. If you guys type !enter, you guys will be entered to win some merch. I try to do something different every time. So this one is the opportunity to earn the pint glass. I love this effing glass. I now have multiple of them. You're not supposed to wash these in the dishwasher. Yeah, we do, and it's fine. The logo has not come off. I'm sure that it's probably going to fade sooner than it should, but I dishwash this thing all the time and it's fine. It's totally fine. I love how it censors glass. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It just does. The death room you don't miss. It was unnecessary and loud. Yeah, it was very extended. Right. I would agree. Yeah. I do wish that they would, I don't know. I wish that like your view of the death would be a little better, because you watching someone else get got is great, but you as the player getting got is not as good, in my opinion. Yeah. Dana, GG's. Make sure you click that redeem link, friend. Oh God, why did that just freeze? Wish it went third person. I'm okay with it being first person. I'm totally fine with that. That's not my issue. My issue is that like, as the player yourself, you're being choked out. Like you really can't see, first of all, you should not really be able to look around. You should not, as you're dying, be able to turn your view and look back at yourself. Really, it should lock you up and you should not be able to move. You should at least see the ghost's face while it's getting you. I mean, maybe. I don't know how to improve it. I'm not sure. I don't know, man. But that's where all the suggestions come in. All right, before we go into the next match, though, I am going to run ads. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour so that we don't have pre-rolls. So if you're not subbed, if you do not have turbo, don't worry. I'm going to sit here and we're just going to chat while we wait. Okay? 3 minutes and we'll be right back. 3 minutes. Actually, it does. For some reason, when immersive animation's off, you can rotate. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. So when you have the immersive animation on, you are locked and you can't turn around. Oh, I should turn on immersive animation and see what it's like. It was suggested to me to turn it off like immediately. No, I assume you were put in timeout for doing it multiple times, Milky Man. I'm just guessing. Yep. Finished the VOD later, unfortunately got sick. Oh, I hope you feel better, Alstro. I'm sorry, friend. Pretty sure it locks. Got the drop. Nice. GG's. And Purge Kitty, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for getting me through the hard times. Thank you for being here through the hard times, friend. Try immersive animations. We can. I don't know what that really entails, but I mean, listen, if I hate it, I could turn it off. Upon character death, camera movement can cause nausea in VR. Continue enabling immersive animations. Ooh. All right, we'll read that again. We'll read that again whenever we come out of ads, so that way everybody can see it. I've got to get got. I've got to get got. We've got to see what that's like. I'm glad you recovered enough to experience this update. Me too. Me too. Brantley, thank you for the prime, man. This option makes you move along the animation. Okay, I've heard it's a little jarring when it comes to like movement with objects. So we'll see. We might turn it off like immediately. I don't know. A minute 15, friends, and then we'll be done with the ads and we'll get back into it. Got to play with the cursed objects. Oh, with the immersive animations on, I could. We could. Midnight, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, dude. You can only toggle it in the lobby. Yeah, so if it's something we want to turn off, I would just back out. Epic was able to make the spirit box work when she used the radio. I saw that. Yeah, I was watching her stream when she made that happen. It's weird. I haven't had an issue. Like, at first I did, but ever since I haven't. It's been fine for me. It's going to be great for my already nauseous. Listen, I'm going to do my best not to make it nauseating. If it's like really jarring, again, we'll stop. Mel, were you able to replicate that by chance? I was going to ask you about that. Like doing the walkie and then it giving you a response again. Withering Witch, thank you for the biddies. I haven't honestly tried. So here's my thought, Mel. What if it didn't actually work and it just so happened that you had the spirit box on and it went through the cycle of looking for sound and then it just got it randomly. It might have tried on its own after a certain amount of time. Avalar, thank you for the 7 months. Tier 2. Thank you so much, dude. Momo, thank you for the 2 months. Just a thought. Just a thought. All right. Ooh, didn't I have a milestone set? Like, I know like I was going to do the special balloon stuff for St. Jude this month. But hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I had, until I had that set, I was like, I'm going to go ahead and put some milestones in there for now. I'm fairly certain I did. Hold on a second. It could be, but it was pretty instant. Yeah, I'm a little curious if it was just by chance. It might have been. Charity, thank you for the 8 months. Silly Goose, thank you for the prime. Welcome, 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 welcome. Let's see. Oh, I owe you guys an extra Phasmo viewer day. This Friday, 2 days from now, we're doing viewer games. Just a heads up for anybody that's curious. I had some people asking the next time I was going to be doing it this Friday. And then I owe you guys another day this month that we're going to do them again. Yeah. So we get to experience all this together. I'm excited. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. All right. Before we get into this, so I was told almost immediately whenever this update came out to not have immersive animations on because it is really jarring. But I want to experience what it's like when it's on. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but one thing it does warn you is that upon character death, camera movement can cause nausea in VR. We're going to turn it on and we're going to see what happens. I don't know like what that's going to do necessarily. I think what I want to do is I think I want to let the ghost get me. So do I have ghost hunting on this one? Friendly ghost is off. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. What do I think about the Sanity Watch? I think the Sanity Watch is great. I think it's fantastic. All right, let's just go. Let's just go to Tangle Street. I think I have every cursed possession on too. Whoops. I does. All right, let's go see. So with immersive animations, I don't know if that only is with certain things or if it's with most things.
Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Like right now, this is all very normal. Like nothing is different here. What does it mean exactly? I don't know if it only means with death, because I can't even imagine. I'm trying to picture what else it could be with, because this all seems normal. Like nothing is different here. Put on headgear and crouch. Oh, that's with everything. No. That's with everything. I only noticed a difference with death animations. Yeah, Justin, I don't see anything else different here. Because what else would even change with immersive animation? Because that makes sense with the death, because in death, you're being lifted off the ground and like you're being turned and all that jazz. So maybe it is only with death, which I could understand why they allow you to turn it off if you're in VR, because in VR, that probably would be nauseating. They wrote in the patch notes is for death animation only. Thank you. All right, well, let's go die. Shall we? I feel like we owe it to ourselves. Ghosty, where are you by chance? Where are you? Oh my God. Oh, it's vacuuming. It's in here. All right, let's do this. This. Come. Come. Hugs. Where you going? Okay, that is a little bit better. What you watching? That is actually a little bit better. That's a stinky mare. No, I know it did. It literally walked the other way. All right, I'm going to do that one more time. Just one more time. It also gives you more time to mark your journal. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because if it's only with the death animation that something is different, then I could probably just leave it on. It's not really bothering anything. We get all the other animations on the hands, but not with the music box. Wait, what? Speedrun? Yeah. Oh, don't do this. I just turned the lights on, you butthole. And you kick the power. You are the worst. Oh, come on. Is it literally every light? Oh my God. Stupid old houses. Look at all the faulty wiring in this place. God damn it. Can never get good help these days. All right, let's just do it again. It's ghost. That's a ghost rave. You know you want it. Yeah, that is better. Yeah, that is better. Yeah, it's a Raiju. Why are the lights doing that? I don't know. I think it's just messed up. I don't know what's wrong with it. So I could just leave that on. It's not hurting anything. Started watching the YouTube videos, been keeping me company at work for the past 3 weeks. Appreciate the content, learn new things about Phas, of course. Of course. Raijus affect lights now? No, they don't. The light flickering is apparently a Raiju bug. Shut up. I thought people were trolling. Well, we have testing to do. This might take a minute. It just depends, but we're going to try. Maybe I'll get lucky. I might get lucky. Word on the street is that for some reason the Raijus are bugged right now, and whenever you go to turn on the lights in the building or the house, all of them are flickering for the Raiju, which would actually be kind of cool. Honestly, it's sort of like the shade inside of the summoning circle, like being a shadow. Like, to me, I think that's actually a cool thing that should be real. Like, not just a bug that just stays. Now, I don't think it should just automatically tell you, like, hey, I'm a Raiju, but still. Damn it. You had the flickering without a Raiju? Do you remember what the ghost was? It'll flicker on the same floor as the Raiju as soon as you walk in. Interesting, sir. Interesting. I know. I want to try a few times. If it doesn't work, I'll play normal. but I had to try. Ooh, fog. I do like fog. So, okay. But I mean, this is information. Well, okay. So Zero, you're saying that it only happens on the same floor as the Raiju, correct?
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
That's what I've observed? Okay. So what that is, I just heard it to my right. So what that's telling you, it's information that's useful as of right now until they fix it. What that means is if you know you're on the same floor as the ghost and you have a light on and it's not flickering, then it's not a Raiju. So even though you might not be able to be lucky enough to get the Raiju with the light flicker, you know when it's not a Raiju. That's still information. So like if the ghost is on this floor right now, it's not a Raiju. I did have a Raiju with flashing lights the whole time. Like, how does that happen? How? How does that happen? I don't understand. Should you go get McDonald's? Only if you get all of us some. Bring back nugs. Because, I mean, really what I should do is this. Just to be sure, I should do that. Because then I have lights on both floors, and then I know for sure if it's not. Wondering how it brings bugs like this. I don't really know. I don't have an answer as to why. Hurricane. It'd be really cool to walk in and see the lights flickering down here. We would know we literally have a Raiju in the basement. That'd be kind of sick. Stream Element said, not to turn on too many lights. I'm just doing 2. It's not that many. See, look, a lot of people are asking for nugs. I'm not trying this all night. Because I'm hoping for a Raiju, and yeah. The odds of it are obviously lower than actually getting it, so I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll play like normal. Guys, I got you. Hey, we're getting nugs. Let's go. What up, Booma? Thank you guys for the follows. Hello, hello. All right, one last chance for a possible Raiju. Negative. Negative. All right, well, you know what we got to do. Hello, ma'am. I saw another world. We have a video of it on our new bug tracker site if you did want to see it. Oh, thank you, Zero. Oh, stupid Ure. It's a crap ghost anyway. It's fine. Well, that's great. Oh, yeah, I'm leaving that on. Oh, I'm leaving the animation thing on. That's way better. I like that a lot. All right. Let's go over to our nightmares. Zero is the hero that we didn't deserve. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Tangle Streets, and then we'll work our way around some maps. Ooh, actually, you know what? I lie. Yeah, let's do that. No, enable. Let's do an all tier 1 run. I want to see what all the animations are like for all the tier 1 equipment. And we'll do the same thing for tier 2 and tier 3. I have not experienced all the tier 1 equipment yet. Yeah. I bought a necklace and it won't let me equip it. How do I fix? Well, what you should be able to do is right here. So like this, you shouldn't have to pay for this. This should be free. But you click on it. If you bought it, you then click save. And you should equip it. That was the first thing I did. Annoyed myself for an hour repeatedly forgetting to redo my loadout. Oh, that's why I have the quick loadouts. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, all. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Carr, 75 months. God dang, sir. Oh my God. What the heck? How's it going? By the way, Mr. Carr, can you please happy belated birthday to Mrs. Carr for me, please? That would be lovely. And Dragon, thank you for the raid. How are you? That's supposed to be free. That is supposed to be free. Yeah, we earned it. We earned it. There's zero reason you should have to pay for that. So hopefully what they're going to do is like anybody that paid for it, they retroactively get the, I don't know. Maybe they'll get the money back, whatever it might be. They're so funny. Had a camera do a full on dance. Let's go. We did earn it, but you have to buy it. I know you have to buy it right now, but it doesn't make sense for you to have to buy a cosmetic that you've earned. You earned the right to buy it. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, so it's supposed to be free. Already paid for it though. I'm hoping you'll get the money back. Yeah. You bought it and you can't wear it. What do you do? Well, let me see. Buy. Click. Save. Are you guys, when you're buying it, are you then going up and actually clicking it so that you're equipping it? Because if you're not actually clicking it, you're not equipping it. You made me buy it. Great. Now what am I going to do? Look, now I only have $2,048,106. You trolls. Thank you for the sub, dude. Welcome in. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know if it's still locked for you guys. I don't know what to tell you. There must be something weird, buggy happening. Because for me, you literally just watched me do it. Do you really have to flex? What? Did I have to flex that I have $2,048,106? No, I didn't have to. It was a choice. All right. I'll leave it on for now. You know what? Just for shits and kicks. We'll leave it on. Hi, Sailor. Spare change. Can you spare change? I'll drop some on the floor. We'll be fine. All right, let's do a tier 1. You know what? No. Honestly, I've been liking Pro just because I like having the ability to see. I know I could do a custom, but I like having the ability to see the sanity. Ooh, floor candy. So let's do a tier 1 run at Tangle Streets. Let's do it. They told me that I'm not buying the necklace, but buying a necklace slot.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Who did you message at Kinetic?
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it.
Do you lose cosmetics that you bought when you prestige? I don't know if there's a final answer on that. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'm really hoping that you don't have to rebuy them. You do not lose them. Okay, good. Okay, good. I sent a message through the bug report website. Mel, didn't we have something inside of the partner chat today talking about the locked necklace? If we did, I missed it. I know. I might have missed it as well. I thought we did. That's why I was like, hold on. There's been a lot of chatter in there, so it's a little hard to keep track of everything. So one of the partners asked, is any of the cursed hollow cosmetics supposed to be locked behind money? And then we got a response from one of the Kinetic staff members that said, shouldn't be the case. I'll look into it. So if you got a message back that says that you unlocked a necklace slot, I have no idea who the hell you were talking to. Because that is a message directly from a Kinetic staff member that I just read to you. So I do not know. Lubba Dubs, thank you for the dono to St. Jude, friend. Thank you so much. All right. Any Hoosiers. Anywho. Hopefully I'll unlock it or get the money back. Pay 10K. 10K? It's a $2,500 necklace. What? Hey, Seth, how are you? Oh, hey, snowing. Can you ask if those the body? Yeah. We'll try to get as much information about it as we can. Like they said, they shouldn't have been. It shouldn't be behind a paywall. Not for something you unlocked by doing something. What you didn't do was you did not unlock the ability for a necklace slot. That doesn't make sense because we literally saw clear as day what you could earn. It's not like you earned the right to buy this. It's false advertisement. No, I don't think so. Salarina, thank you for the 6 months. Are you doing St. Jude donations tomorrow? I'm doing it for the entire month of May. Yeah, entire month. All right, let's do a tier 1 run. I haven't had the opportunity to do the tier 1 stuff since the update, so this should be interesting. Kenny, we need 2 sounds, ghost event, and 3 videos. Let's get ourselves the flashlights, the thermo, and the EMF. So, yeah, I mean, I wish there was a way to bring it a little closer to your face to read it a little better. I can see it okay. It is still pretty distant though. And then EMF. That's a cool animation. People just don't want to wait for it. I don't want to wait for it. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. It's a really cool idea. It's just, we've been so used to instant equipment for years. So seeing it do that, I kind of don't want it. But yeah, anyway. Good night, Juju. Never been able to use the sound recorder? The tier 1 sound recorder, you mean? Hello? Wait, was that the main door? It was. All right, so Ghosty's here. Let's go find the power. I should leave this in the room. It's snowing, so that's fun. If you set your FOV to 70, you can see the temperature better. Ah, thank you. Oh man, I don't think I want to set it to 70. I'd rather it be set back a little bit. Yeah, 70, that's a little bit too close for my likings. You shadowy mother. Turn off the chromatic aberration and it makes the journal clear. It's not about that. It's just about how far away it is. That's all. Yeah, that's what I have. 80 is my FOV right now, and it seems pretty good. No. That wasn't a ghost fart. No. Ghosty just walked at us. It just walked at us. So I don't know if that event... It definitely hit me. It definitely hit me, and that did not drain 20 of my sanity, so this isn't an Oni. All right, give me dots. Give me book. Give me this. Whoops, too much. Any of you guys see the Rocky Horror, I don't know if you want to say debut on Jimmy Fallon. Anybody watch that? You're out here in the hallway? Oh, you stinky. All right, well, found you. Yeah, everything seems pretty good though. When it comes to like how it feels holding the equipment and everything, like this is pretty good to me. Totally should. Yeah, if you like that show at all, or you like the movie, Rocky Horror was amazing. Made the Prestige 23 today. Nice. That's hella grinding, dude. Hella grinding. Give me this. Let's do, yeah, put it down again. Get that out of the way. There we go. Hey, Starbucks. I love how it's not just a Tim Curry impression. He really made the character his own. Yeah, what's his name again? He played Gaston in the Beauty and the Beast, whatever live thingy. Yeah, he was great. All right, let's bring this. Oh, look at this wee little spirit box. Oh, it's so cute. Luke Evans, thank you. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Holy shit, you're here! Are you near? I think it's here. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, getting rid of the animation that you go to cycle your equipment is going to be so nice. So nice. Own the original so I can watch it whenever I want. Nice. I need to get that on VHS. It's on the list. It's on the list. Whenever I was back in the day when I was younger and I used to do musicals and stuff, I wanted to be Brad for like a show, just to do it, just to try. Let's see. I'm gonna get a smudge. Let's check our camera real quick. We might get some informations here. Was that a long? It was a long ass time ago. That is correct. Long ass time ago. Just getting started to get tier 2. Nice. It's a nice shift going from tier 1 to tier 2. It's nice. It's a good adjustment. And then when you get to tier 3, ooh, the equipment's so much better. Ass time. You heard me. How you doing today? Feeling better, Firewolf? I am feeling leaps and bounds better, friend. Thank you. Is it only me or is tier 1 video camera actually better to find orbs? Oh, right now it might be. I guess depending on the animation or how far away it is from your face, I mean. Update was unnecessary, totally glitchy. I don't think it was unnecessary. I just think that it's very not finished. Don't get strung up. All right, let's do this. Oh yeah, I have orbs. I've recorded it earlier. Adoy. I gotta make sure I mark that crap. It just touched the closet door, so we're gonna make sure, we're gonna check to see if we have UV. And we don't. Okay. Well, dude. Oh, that's right. You burst my lights because you're an a-hole and we hate you. No freezing. No dots. No writing. No spirit box. What the hell, dude? Last week when you had COVID, did you ever lose your sense of taste or smell? No. No, I've had COVID twice. That has never happened to me. No. Really strange. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. I've had it 4 times. Damn. You bitch. How's the weekly? It was okay. It was okay. I had a couple of ghosts that were definitely weenie-tastic, but beyond that, it was okay. It was fine. All right, we're at 71%. I don't know what it's hiding from me. Okay. Had it 3 times and never lost taste or smell. I know people that had it once and it wrecked their taste. So I guess it just depends, yeah? All right. Like, are you walking around here anymore? Are you not walking around here anymore? Could I be wearing any more clothes? Lost your taste for a year. Damn. Oh, sure. Throw stuff now, you stupid shade. Okay, it's... This guy. Mayor Revy Thay. Well, you burst the lights once. Interesting. Interesting. You haven't turned any lights on. Wait a minute. You are such a hooker. I'm gonna give it away. Yeah, for sure. Negative. 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 Let's see. Doing some mayor switches. You never know. Worth a try. Nothing. I might just have to make it hunt. You might not have a choice. Might not have a choice. Did you notice that the flashlight in the offhand without any item in the right can't be detected? I don't believe you. That's they. Oh shit. I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, we're good. Yep, it's a thing. It does work. Get out of town. Does it really? So if you have your flashlight on, like this, and you have nothing in your right hand, the ghost doesn't know that you have a flashlight on. Oh, you need to have an item. Oh, so like this. If I'm just sitting like, so if I'm sitting like this, it knows. But if I'm like this, it doesn't know. That's just silly. That's just silly material. That's so dumb. Does the flashlight not count as one of your items? It does. It does count as one of the other items. I need 2 sounds and 3 videos. Well, this ghost is kind of a weenie of the hut. Didn't Willow? Oh my god. Stupid ghost. Stupid ghost. No, we call it, it's either, you could call it Beyonce or you could say Taylor Swift. It's up to you. There's lots of choices. Lots of choices for old Kenny Shellen. All right, Mr. Kenny, I need to record some stuff from you if you wouldn't mind, sir. Lex, thank you for the beanies. Just got violated by a Thay and had a heart attack with the new death animation while trying to figure out my microphone. Oh no. Oh no. All right. That did not stop it. So I don't know exactly where it hunted from. Which is interesting. You know what I should do? I should just take sanity. What do you think about the new update? There's promise to be had with some of the things that they tried, but there's a lot of things that could definitely use some work. That's for sure. Love the tier 1 picture animation. Yeah, we'll take some photos. Yeah, we'll take some photos. Hold on. What's on my, hold on. So on my left, I have the photo camera. On my right, I've got the double smudge. Hold on, let me get something different. Okay. So after empty hand. Oh, well, sorry, I don't have, wait. Oh, it's because, oh, it's because I don't have a flashlight in my left. Oh, that's why. Okay, so after my matches, it's my salt on my right, photo camera on my left, and my smudge, which is apparently up my ass. Okay, I need a bigger object. Yeah. You. Oh, was that on my right? Is it? I think it's on my right next to the salt. In my nature pocket. Yeah, I think it's on the right. Okay, I'm just curious. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Yeah. Just trying to figure stuff out. Jack, it probably makes you not be able to see it. Yeah, I'm sure if somebody else was looking, they could probably figure it out. Yeah, super. Thank you for the 18 months, Queen. Thank you for the Prime. Well, because what I was trying to figure out was if I could make the camera on my right, not on my left. So if I have the matches and then the next thing I pick up is the photo camera and then salt that, now it's on my right. Wait a minute. Is it facing up at me? Hold on. They better not have fixed this. Hold on a second. There's a reason for this. I'm sorry. Hold. Okay, never mind. We're good. Never mind. We're fine. Everything is fine. I just want to make sure I can still take selfies. We're good. I was worried. Everything is fine. Bill, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Thank you. Johnny, thank you for the 7 months, dude. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. All right, we're good. All right, I've got this is useless. And then we got that is useless. We need this guy. We need this guy. And, well, I need sounds. So let's do that. Should you prestige now or wait a bit? That is a you question, man. I don't know. No, you can only do it with the tier 1 because it's the only camera when you go to quick switch that it's looking up at you. The other 2 are not doing that. Gamer fan, how effing dare you? How could you? After all we've been through. You said you needed sound. That's not what I meant. Hello. I could retain my sanity in here until it vents on my face, and then never mind. Not being kicked out instantly by players for not having max prestige right out of the gate. Oh, it has nothing to do with being max prestige. No, I am max prestige and I get kicked out of lobbies because I am. It has nothing to do with that. Typically it's because people are looking for very specific people and they're in a public lobby instead of being in a private one. That's usually why people get kicked. It's not, don't take it personally. Yeah. Is the ghost not here anymore? Back a noob. Thank you for the 6 months, man. Oh my God. Is it really not here? Hello? Hey, Tiger Lily, how are you? Found him. What exactly do you need help with, home dog? Or was he saying hell? He might have been saying hell, to be fair. All right. Are you in here now? He needs help in hell. Oh, okay. Oh, well, fair play. What the? I don't think it's in here. Ghost, are you taking a poop? No, no poop. Oh, you son of a bitch. I hear you. You're over here. You're gonna make, oh, you're making me waste it. Oh, he's in here. God damn it. I know I could have looked for orbs. I'm just doing it the hard way. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just a boy. All right, so now we got that. Give me the laser beam for that guy. We'll put this one right there. Okay, that looks good. Came into the game with a decent amount of knowledge, but most of the time I just get insta-kicked. Well, yeah, it has nothing to do with how much you know about the game. It has to do with them looking for a specific player that they're waiting to get on Phasmo. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with your abilities. All right. Give me... did I get hit by that? Bro, you suck. Well, I know that. Well, okay, but you can't. Saying that to me doesn't do that any good. I know they should do private. I'm aware of that. Would you like me to call their mother and tell them? That's it. See what you did? Lead me to drink. See what you're doing? Yes? All right, I'm calling their mother. Give me a second. I gotta get back inside to do it. Zero Doc! Dude, thank you for the 10 subs. We drinking? Yeah. As long as it's sanity meds. Oh. Where? Guide me. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's through the wall. No. Never mind, got it anyway. Are you done recording? Oh, there we go. Nice. Got it. Oh, hey, how are you? You just having a seat, watching a flick? Hey. I need... See, the reason it's so hard to see is because he burst my lights. He's kind of mean. He's kind of a butthole. Hi, Scott. How are you? Callie, thank you for the biddies. Oh, is that a treasure trains? Oh my god. Where the hell's the other crucifix? Hello? Did I move it already? Or is it underneath something? Damn it. I think the ghost ate it. That son of a bitch. Oh, did I put it in the room? Ah, nice call. Thank you. You're right. Put you there. No, I forgot that I moved it into Nancy's room, but luckily there's people that pay attention and don't have dumb brain. Thankfully. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get that sound recorder. I keep moving this so I can see what the hell's going on because it's dark. Give me that back. And then we're going to light this. That makes sense. Should have been sleeping by now. Well, then fix it. Nox, thank you for the gifted. Not where, when. Oh, you're here. Come on, blow it out. Happy birthday to you. Tomorrow's my daughter's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hey, Mormon Slays. I'm good. How are you? Have a good night, Tiago. Have a good one. Tomorrow's your daughter's birthday as well? Heck yeah. Yeah, she's super jazzed. She's excited about all the things. She's like, I'm going to buy lunch tomorrow. Thank you, guys. I will make sure to relay the messages. I promise. Hey, it's gonna blow out. Can you hurry, please? Oh, I don't need another one, do I? I do have 2 sounds. I just wanted to get 3 just to get 3. Why do some people have what looks like a skull shirt? Oh, just picking I mean, I'm pretty sure it's available for everybody inside of the cosmetic store. I think so. Could be wrong. Give me this. It's the tier 2. Yeah. Oh, does it? Oh. Dude, why are you all the way over here? What? Does it only become available after you got a prestige that? Ah, okay. Sorry. Because, yeah. Once you become certain prestiges, then you unlock certain cosmetics. Damn it. That's what it was. Yeah. Thank you for specifying. And then you got to buy it. Someone's saying that someone directly from Kinetic reaching out to them and telling them that you buy a necklace slot does not make sense to me. Bitch. I'm not going to get that. There's no way. Happened 15 years ago. Was all the tier 1 stuff? I just wanted to try. Just turning around the spirit box and dropping it. Hold on, please. I'm just waiting for the... I'm like, I think it moved again. Don't you have to buy what you earned? I would agree that it does suck that you have to... I mean, it does suck a little bit that you have to buy what you've earned through a certain... I don't know. Accolade, like you got to prestige 10. Here, now you can buy this $10,000 shirt. It's over there now, bro. I hate you and everything you represent. I hope you know that. Yeah, you do have to. Yeah, you have to buy all the equipment after you unlock it. That's a really good point. I mean, really, we should be throwing a big old fit about that. Yeah, 10K for a shirt. That's right. Ghost. Really killing me here. Customize your hair color too. You can, but it's really limited. It's not a lot of customization at all. So hopefully they change that, because we know a lot of people that have different colored hair. Bro. Cosplay wheel. Is that a furry? Do you think that cosplaying means that someone is a furry? Oh my God, you're literally... Jesus Christ. Different colored swatches for clothing would be cool. That would be sweet. Yeah, the ability to adjust or just have more. Just having more would be nice. Seriously, I don't know where this ghost is. Excuse you. It wasn't me. God dang it, man. It's moved so much. Put on a color wheel. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people suggested that they should probably do. Just need pink swatches for everything. Fair enough. there's our little light flickery doodahs. Have you had this constant annoying door sound happen to you? On Grafton it happened a little bit. Wait, it's got to be here. What is going on? Like, hoping they add more hair colors. I think they will. I think our assumption is that they will. I think I've aged the living shit out of the ghost. I've definitely had a constant door sound. I've had maps where I've had objects sound like they're in the floor and there was nothing I could do about it. All right, I got all the objectives, man. I think we just aged the living shite out of this thing. Do we know what the cursed object is? What's the cursed? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Oh, it's the Ouija's. We can try to hear how fast it is. See, okay. So, I don't know. Maybe this is just me. Apparently, someone said that CJ said, and this obviously, well, asking age at this point is not even worth it. Someone had said that CJ said, so this could be absolute lies and slander, or this could be what he said, that with the voodoo doll, the reason we don't push the pins in with our hands with this new update is because who would do that? I don't know if that's true or not, if he said that. If it's true, I don't agree with it. That all of a sudden randomly pins would just start getting pushed in by themselves. That doesn't make any sense. But then let's talk about this then. Would you not have your hands on the planchette when you're using a Ouija board? Because we don't. Hide and seek. Maybe that's just me. JD, thank you for the biddies. Ruined the game for me. I mastered everything in the game and still love it. Oh, hold please. Hi. What are you doing? Yeah, going for a walk. Yeah, looking at your table. Yeah, I'm looking at it too. I know. I know. It's so nice. It's nice. You play choo-choos. Threw that mug down with some authority. Here, this is for you. I brought a gift. Yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Mastered everything in the game, still love it. 5,000 contracts later, but this update makes me feel like they should have just forced me to buy a VR headset. Not trying to be dramatic, but not a fan at all. Wait, what about VR? It's like a crappy Gmod. See, I don't know. I don't agree with that part of it. I do think that the update is very not clean. I think that they rushed it out the door so that they could have it ready for Alan Wake for some reason. I don't know why. I think the mistake that they made was not having this ready by the time that they announced the Alan Wake update. So they announced Alan Wake, meaning that they already gave themselves a deadline and they weren't ready for it, which is why we're like, hey, this should change and this should change. And it sounds like news to them instead of them being like, oh, we know. It's just we didn't have time. Some of it is sounding like, hey, we didn't know. And it's like, okay, so if there were people that tested this and they didn't spot that, then that takes into question who's actually doing quality assurance at that point. So, but it's all question marks because we don't know the truth. Like, we don't know which part of that is actually true, if any of it's true. I don't know. So, in my opinion, Yes, this update should have waited. This should have been back in the oven for a long time. This is so much. There's so much about it that is messed up, not right. But does it ruin the game for me? Okay, listen, to be fair, this was happening before the update. To be fair. Look, that's just absolute coincidence. listen. This has been happening for years. Okay? You can't blame the update on this one. How does this even happen? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. All right, well, who wants to go to space? Oh, wait. It's usually messed up for the whole rest of the game. What happened? What? Did it just fix itself? Is it sentient? I hope's confident that they'll fix it properly, but it feels like my favorite game is now unplayable. See, I just don't agree with that because it is my favorite game and I have over 4,000 hours in this game, but it's not unplayable in my opinion. That I don't agree with. Do I think that it is in a great place? I think that it is not in the best place. That's for damn sure. But unplayable? No way. You've watched people play this all the time. Like, you can go to the fast category and watch people play. This is not unplayable. Yeah, the game said, "Oh, you want a little bit of this with your that," and pow. All right, I marked they. It's okay. This round was way too long. Get me out of here before something else happens. Quick, run. When you equip the necklace, can you see it in the menu model preview? I couldn't really see it. You can, it's just really hard to see. Yeah, I think something that they really need to add is they need to add the ability for us to go in here. Okay, you are not making a case for yourself, game. There we go. They need to add the ability for us to zoom into different parts of the body. Like be able to zoom into the chest. Yes, you can zoom into the head, unless you can, and I don't know how to change that. The only thing I know how to zoom into is the face. That's literally it. You should have the ability to zoom into here to everything. Zoom into the hand to be able to see the rings and all that stuff. Yeah. Chronicle was a gameplay update, not a graphics animation downgrade. Wait, what about Chronicle? I love the doors become cosmetics. Changed at 150 FOV. Oh my god. All right. Need to make it where you don't have to wear a jacket. Agreed. Yes. 1,000% yes. It would give so much more customization to players. Make it so you don't have to wear a jacket unless you want to. I agree. All right, guys, we have ads coming. It happens every hour, man. So we're going to go ahead and do them again. 3 minutes and then we'll be right back. 3 minutes. I'm not going anywhere without you. Yeah, some of the jackets do cover a bit of the watch. Yeah, they do. You're right. If you go to the jackets or jeans and click the magnifying glass, will it zoom to that? If we go over here and we go to like the jacket, unfortunately, no. No, it would be a great idea, right? Like when you're in the certain section, it zooms in on whatever that is. Like that right there, because we are on this section, that should be zooming into my shirt. That should not be zooming into my face. I have zero reason to be zooming into my face here. Pants, I should be looking at my crotch. Yeah. Oh, JD, no, dude, it's okay. I think there's a lot of people that are disappointed. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that at all. I think many are disappointed. And that's okay. Why did my ad screen just go dark? All right, there they are. Oh yeah, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to do. So I can only hope that the Alan Wake update is just top notch, ready to rock. Because if they have to work on that too, I don't know what's going to happen, man. Can't win every time for everybody. It would be impossible. It would be, but something like this could have been avoided for sure. And they're seeing the aftermath of it because a lot of people are giving them a lot of negative review about it. So because it was just thrown out there, it's kind of showing them like, hey, we can't do that. And I would hope that that's the way they're looking at it too. What I would like to see, honestly, I mean, I don't know if they're going to do it. I think a statement would be a pretty good idea. Haven't had any luck on sound recordings on the Burnt Cruci or the Firelight. Ooh, interesting. Alan Wake update, the 12th. Yeah, the 12th. We're 6 days away. Should have slapped the word beta to this update, and then it would have been met with wouldn't have been met with such harsh responses. I don't know about that. So many new features. Yeah, releasing it to the public as a beta, I mean, maybe, but no. What is my favorite part of the new update? One of my favorite parts is the ID card customization. I love that. I think that's great. And I love the idea of the player character models. I don't like that it doesn't really feel like you're able to customize your player. What it feels like is you're able to just dress up the ones that they've already given you instead of actually being able to do like a real character customization. So, you know, here or there. Feel like they should have partners test the updates before sending them out to the game. I don't think that's something they would ever do. Yeah, bro, what? Yeah, bro, indeed. Yeah, skibbity. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the process was. I don't know how many people they had test this before they released it to the wild. But obviously, it either wasn't enough or they knew a majority of it and just had to release it anyway. And they must have known. I mean, there must not have been some shock factor of like a lot of people being like, what the fuck? Yeah. A tattoo option would be great. I think tattoo option would be super freaking cool. How did they unrestrict Sunny Restricted? Oh, by messing it up somehow, but we don't know how. Yeah, so Sunny Meadows Restricted is literally the entire map instead of restricted, so I would not play it if I were you. Needs to be refined. FOV is kind of weird. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need some fixins. Yeah. Skin color is the biggest complaint that I would have for the character customization. Yeah, well, just variety. The ability to choose skin color, hair, whatever, like rather than giving you 12 templates and being like, here, put clothes on them, make it so you have one thing and then you choose their hair, you choose their skin color, you choose their face, you choose their body type, like all that stuff. Like that's the way it should be in my opinion. Does it say that Sunny Meadows is the most played map for anyone else? Yeah, I think it's messed up. Yeah, it says that for most people right now, I think. You're not alone. You're not alone. A slider for skin, yeah, right, like a color wheel would be awesome. Yeah. It should not be 12 characters. It should not be like this. But that's our opinion. That's not my game. I don't think if we have if we are saying that this is a character customization, not just pick a character, then you should be able to really customize your character. This is just pick a character. It's a good starting base. Yeah. Exactly. This is a start. So I'm really hoping that they change a lot of it. Show my brother customization. He legit said that his FIFA game has better customization. Yeah. Do you think these characters relate to the movie in the works? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't think so, but it might. Maybe. Possibly. All right. Let's change it up now. Let's change it. So now let's do all tier 2 and we'll do that at Camp Woodwind. Be great if they add more variety. Yeah. Yeah, it would be really nice. I'm hoping that they threw this out there just so they could get something on the books. And then after that, they're going to go back and add a lot more. I'm hoping so. I thought the bios were supposed to be part of the lore. Oh, I don't know. You got me. No clue. Larry Shipman. Not a banshee, not a dying. My favorite tier of items looks wise? Probably tier 3. I think tier 3, I like the look of those items better. All right, give me all my things. Oh my god, you guys. Where's it going? It's very possible because why waste the time giving each model a different backstory? Yeah, I mean, just for the lore of it, it probably wouldn't take that long to figure that out. All right, no mirror, no Frank. Boner. No, no. The Paul. All right, let's start searching. I don't hear nothing. Yeah, there is a Phas movie. Yeah, there's also a Phas board game. I heard that. Oh my god. You scared me, you son of a bitch. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Was it over here? I heard what sounded like a distant can being tossed. Or so it seemed. Tacos, thank you for the biddies, man. I'm assuming you're saying you're doing no evidence and you're trying to figure out how if the ghost is a die-in. When the ghost is hunting, if it's a die-in, outside of 10 meters, it's going to sound like a normal 1.7 meters per second ghost. And then whenever it gets within range, within 10 meters of a player, it will slow down unless somebody's moving. And if you're moving, it'll get faster. So if you're like hiding, let's just say you're over here and you're hiding, and it's within that range and it's slow, you could literally go like this and you'll hear it speed up. Dude, where the hell? I swear I heard like a distant can, but I don't have any low temps anywhere. Oh, you bastard. It's over here. There we go. Oh, that's a good piece of advice too. Yeah, if you have a male ghost, then you know that it can't be a dime because it has to be a female. Has to be. Give me. And the Dylan will also hunt early when the players are moving. Yeah, there you go. All good advice. Thank you, Cap. All good advice. Ah, orbicals. You better stay back there. Don't you come over here. Look back. Hello? There it is. I'm playing on Pro, so that way we can look at the watch. Just so we can make use of the sanity. Like I can see right there, I'm at about 75. We can see that on the board too, but yeah, look. 75. All right. Can't see a damn thing with the... Oh yeah, look at the orb moving around. Can't see anything with this effing camera, but we can see with this though. If the paw traps both you and the ghost when wishing to trap, what happens if you ask out in the open on this map? It just depends on where you're asking. Because if you're asking in a room that has a door or a tent flap, then the tent will lock. Or the door will lock. You know what I mean? Thank you for the follows. Hello, welcome in. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do that. Actually, give me this. Num num time. Down the gullet. It'd been cool if the watch had tiers to it. Tier 3 could have been an actual stopwatch. Ooh. I like that idea. To have a better watch. Orbs and dots. What tub did you just hit? Hey. It was this one, wasn't it? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Wait, can it even be Spirit Box? Oh, yeah, if it was a yokai, I could. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Does the UV work on your belt? It does. Yeah, look, you see how it's connected to me? So if it touched something, I could go like this and charge it and see it. This is pro. So like if it left UV on that, I could charge it like that and then go like that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, it did not write in the book. Okay. But we have no UV. No UV, no spirit box. It might be... Maybe it's finally freezing by now? No, just cold. Just cold. Well, it can't be a Banshee anyway, so I guess we wouldn't have had UV. It's not giving me Spirit Box. Possibly EMF 5, I guess. Maybe it's just not interacting with a lot of stuff. Thought you got EMF earlier. Did you hear EMF 5 earlier? Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, why are all blue cornhole bags removed from the game? Why? Please. Please. Like, why? They're all gone. They're all red. Or the rings, too. There's... Okay. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, you're right. Hold on. What's my sanity? Okay, we're okay. Give me a smudge. Oh. You're right. Let me go turn on a light real quick. Dude, what if this is a Raiju? I don't have any. I don't think this counts. I don't think so. So, by that logic, this should not be a Raiju. By that logic, which means I should have freezing or ghostwriting. We'll see if that's true. We'll see. Where the hell? Okay, nothing. Whatever sound that was, it's gone. How do you mean by Raiju rave? Well, we think that there's something wrong right now where whenever you have a Raiju and you're on the same floor as the Raiju, when you turn on the lights, they're all bugging out like crazy. So, okay, it just turned the power off. That was just, yeah. See, it's not bugging out. It just kicked the power. I could turn another light on just to do a little testy test here. Hey, you son of a bitch. EMF 4. That was the event that just happened. EMF 4 scissors. Only features, no bugs. Wow. What the hell took you so long? It's a thing. I tell you though, I'm still not the biggest fan of the tier 2 sound sensor. Sound recorder, I mean. Still not the biggest fan. Another thing. And remind me how to look at the drop progress. Yeah, go to twitch.tv/drops. Yeah, we have all the evidence. It's dots, orbs, writing. It's a thing. Capture 3 photos, capture 3 videos. Okie dokie. Taylor Swift. Give me the camera. Let's bring in... I guess I could get video of that if it decides to blow that out. Yeah. Is it hard to get a blood moon? Well, there's a 2% chance that you get it. Ooh, more candy. I can get a picture of that. Get a picture of the book. I'm gonna place you there for now. And I'm gonna take this and go chase down that. There we go. What do I think the sandy pills taste like? What a great question. I don't know. Why is the ghost over there now? Hello, sir. Got the drop. Hell yeah. Like Smarties? Yeah, I could see that. Why is my breath in my left ear? Where'd the orb go? Oh, there it is. Oh, I could do the monkey paw photo. You're right. Holy shit. Where'd that go? All right. Since you're over here, hold on. Give me a second. Let me go get this. Hold on. Thought it was 4% chance. I thought it was 2. I could be wrong. You sure this isn't a damn Pulte? I don't think so. The sandy pills are just straight up sugar. It's just a pill version of like a 5-hour energy. I've known it to be 2% as well. Ghosty, I need another video. Oh, no, I don't want that. I need to blow this. I need a different video, please. Unless, of course, Doc is with you, then it's a 50-50. Well, if it's me and Doc combined. When it's a joint effort between the two of us. I tell you, they really don't want to blow these out when you're nearby. Do I need a photo of the bone to count for bone evidence? Nope. Just gotta pick it up. Just gotta pick it up. All right. I'm just gonna get a motion sensor, I guess. Thank you. Didn't like I said that, did you? All right. Well, what's my sanity? I need it below 25. We're at about 75. So wishing to change the weather is not going to do it. Yeah, I could do dot video and photo, but man, with the way the ghosts have been moving for me, they're all over the place. It's really tough to nail down a location to try to get that stuff. You son of a bitch. Getting a picture and video of the dots is a massive pain. Very true. This is very, very true. What I could do... Okay, well, we have a different idea. I have a different idea. Because I'm not really about perfect games. I'm more worried about just getting objectives and ghosty, so we have a different idea. Let's do this instead. Let us get another smudge. And then what I'm going to do... We're going to use the monkey paw. 2 hours of the drops per usual. Yep. Yep. Oh, wait. You know what else? I wish for sanity. I wish for sunrise. There we go. So now, if I take a look at my watch, %. It's kind of just going to let it hunt. At least once. Hold on, let me get another flashlight. Kind of jealous the monkey paw works for you? Alright, let's do that right there. Let's light this over here. There we go. Super old thing. I mean, it must be ridiculously old at this point. Now, when you wish for sanity, what happens is it takes everybody's sanity to 50%, but it also changes the ghost favorite room. Does the barrel still work? I think it does. So I don't know where the ghost favorite room is now. It could be anywhere. No, you can't wish for a blood moon. That'd be super cool, and I think you should be allowed to. Hello. Straight ahead. So what's going to happen is it's going to start hunting. It's going to go around the table over that way and come over here. And then when I go over here, it's now going to backtrack. And then it's going to come at us like this. And then we're going to go over here and it's going to turn around again. And then he's going to do it again. So silly. Absolutely silly. What's happening? There's some weird barrier thing happening with when the barrels are here where you can move back and forth and make the ghost go around the picnic table. How people find that out, I don't know. Well, why it still exists in the game? I don't know. Are they okay with it? Yes, because technically speaking, I could still get got by the ghost. But showing those things off like that, at least, hoping that they patch that kind of crap. I'm hoping that they patch it one of these days. But definitely don't use exploits. Don't use things where the ghost literally can't get you. Don't do that because you can get banned for that. That's stupid. That's dumb sauce. All right. There. I'd fix it so it does it 2 times. The 3rd time, it still goes on. Really? You know, it's funny. It makes me think of like whenever Grand Theft Auto, whenever they would patch stuff, they would make it really trolly. I love it. I love the idea of that. Or like we've said that before, whenever they patch certain safe spots, like don't say a word about it. Just patch it. Just do it. So that way when all these people start doing it and they're like, what the hell? Oh my God, I keep getting got. Yeah. Oh, another Thay. Oh my God. Another one. All right, well, let's take our equipment back up to the tier 3s where we love. Actually, wait, but we want all tier 3. There we go. All tier 3. Groovy. So let's take this one over to Willow Streets.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
Say it ain't so.
Accordingly before starting the investigation.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
The ghost here seems
All
to
right.
be linked to a cursed
Leslie Lavender. We need to cleanse the ghost, capture 3 photos, and parabolic microphone. I'm going to go ahead and bring a photo camera, actually. Let's go ahead and do that now. So we'll bring this. Hey, fog. I love fog. I love it. Since 8 and have 0%. Crypto, you might want to try to refresh, or you might want to try to log out, log back in if you're having issues. Hiding spot in the front. Hey, yo. Hey, power's upstairs. Nice. Nothing. Ghost, are you hiding a bone up here? Got Phas on PC. Any suggestions? Yeah. Be very patient for the next week. If I could give you a piece of advice. Hello? Johnny, thank you for the gifted, man. Hey, the sub, dude. Yeah, like the way you hold the flashlight out, like it's just things just like that. It just feels different. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, that's a little heft. I'm literally walking. At first, I was wiring around in the corner, and I'm like, oh, yeah, the shadow. Oh, I'm literally walking into the shadow. Like, through it. Very unnatural way to hold a light. Yeah, I know. Well, no ghost here. I guess we're going home, friends. Matching with the shadow like Peter Pan. That's right. Just gotta believe. Alright, well. About to go get the thermo. Because I've heard nothing. I've heard squat. Still tier 2. No. We moved it up to tier 3. All tier 3. Alright, we're at 88. Let's bring in a video camera. We're gonna bring in the thermo for sure. I'm gonna put a crucifix at the front door just because. Glitch that won't let you change either. Oh, I don't know what to tell you, friend. I'm not sure. Nothing. All right, I'm gonna put you there for now. And we're going to put this right there for now. Give me that. Give me this. Hello. Thank you. Well, time to start going room to room. There you are. See my breath. All right, let's get this guy. Any herbs? Any spices? No? All right. Let's get more stuff. Oh, behind the door. How long does the average game take you? Just depends on what I'm doing. Depends if I'm going for perfect games. Depends if I'm running 0 sanity, 0 evidence. It's just if I'm doing professional nightmare. If I'm doing just a professional or a nightmare game, chances are it's going to take me close to like 10 to 15. Because I'm not trying to rush the game. Like what I'm doing right now. Usually around like 15, I'd say. All right. That's a weird one. Interesting. What's up, MT? Go fast if you're just doing ID and bail. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you bitch. Yeah, if I'm just trying to get the ghost and get out of here, I'd be way faster. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you here? Are you near? Are you angry? Are you ugly? Where your mama? Put some dots down. Put the book down. Got that guy. Turn that on. And go get more. Choo-choo train. Choo-choo train. Yeah, and sometimes it just depends on the ghost, man. If the ghost is being really passive and it's not showing me where it is, there's only so much I can do. John, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But, you know, we do our best. That's all that matters. Hey, Prof, what's up? What FOV am I playing on? 80. Jesus Christ. Oh, you suck so much butt. Oh. That's an EMF 5. take it. Do I not see my breath in here anymore? What? You've already changed? Where to? What? Okay, okay. Real mature. Real mature. God. Oh my God. This son of a bitch. No, no, no. What did I just see? What was that? What was that? What the fuck? Orbs? Okay, that doesn't make sense why that turned off. Yeah, people are right. Oh, hey, orbs. Makes no sense. Let's put dots down over here. There we go. Where are they at? Yeah, look at that son of a bitch. What? Oh. What door did you just touch? What? I don't even care. Freaking lorbs. All right. Let's go back this way. Collect our thoughts. What the hell? The ghost is trolling us so hard. Why is it everywhere? All right. We have orbs. We have EMF 5. Oh, well, it's not a Raiju. Okay. The lights aren't freaking out. If we're going by that logic. So it's not going to be dots. So, based on that, it's either going to be Spirit Box or Ultraviolet. And I'm not getting Spirit Box. Well, I don't think I was. So it's probably going to be, Bake the Cake. We'll see. Hesno, what's up? How are you? Let's bring that. Let's bring this. Let's... I want to control my own destiny. I will take this and stab myself in the chest. Wait, what do I need? Cleanse. 3 photos. Oh, parabolic. Oh, give me this. Is it a female ghost? Yes. Yes. Is it possible to die to a Dio? Of course. Yeah, where's Break at? Break can tell you. Break knows all about it. What are your thoughts on mods like unlimited stam where the ghost is always visible? Oh, it can't be an Onryo. I think modding at some point would be really cool. It's just not something that they can facilitate right now, so they have zero interest in it. Ghost. Ghost. Hold on. Let's do this real quick. I needed 3 photos. Oh wait, what did I do with my camera? Did I leave it in here? What did I do with it? Hold on. Give me the flashlight. What are the drops for? Oh, please. I'm not seeing any UV. The drops are for a High Priestess cosmetic shirt. It's for a shirt. Did I have the photo camera in here? What did I do with it? Hey, Tessa. So calm playing this. I could never. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Have to have friends to play this game? Nah, you'd be all right. I'm very well aware that there is a modding service. Yeah, it's not legal, if that's helpful for you at all. Maybe it is spirit box. What did I do with the photo? Wait, did I took a picture of the bone. What did I do with the camera after that? Was it next to the light switch? No, it's the spirit box. I do need this though. And also the crucifix I could probably put over there too. Here, enjoy. Go snatched it up. That son of a bitch. That dirty good for nothing. What is my dream feature of the game? Dream feature of the game. Honestly, one of the things that probably would be a dream would be the ability to mod eventually. Like, be allowed to, you know what I mean? Oh, did I leave it at the garage door? Oh, son of a bitch. Thank you. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? See, now I'm lost because I don't know what it is. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Take it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Okay. Hold a tick. Let's just uncheck everything. I had EMF 5, right? Is this a Raiju? Is this... So if I get... If I get dots here, that kind of ruins the whole idea of what we were thinking. You think Mimic? That's unfortunate because we have EMF 5. It literally can't be. Heard it's bugged. Yeah, so did we. Unless there was something up with the UV. Because I was not getting UV on those footsteps. Graveyard map be kind of cool. Yeah, that's been suggested a lot. I think it would be. I think it was too late. Oh, possibly. Maybe. Still hasn't done any door touches since. Trolling Obake, it might be. Yeah, they might have been right. I might have just been late on the UV check. Which I could just go get more salt and do it again. Throwing a lot. How do you hold two items? When you pick up a flashlight and any other item, you have a flashlight in your left hand and you'll have the other object in your right. No, placing the writing book again would be useless. It literally can't be writing. Yeah, no matter what, it wouldn't be able to be writing. Dude, are you going to talk to us? Today, Junior. Upside down. There you go. See? I told him you could do it. Here, let me turn the light on so there's less chance of you throwing and more door touching. Touch. 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 Come on. So with our ghosties here, you have two of them left, right? Between the Diane and the Obake. So it's not going to be freezing. You don't have to worry about dots. So it's ultraviolet or spirit box. And I'll tell you what I wasn't getting. Spirit box. 100% Diane? Well, if I get UV, you are 100% incorrect. But Spirit Box might be jacked up. Maybe I'm not getting Spirit Box when I should be. I'm about to go get more salt if it's not going to touch any doors. Why'd you move the doors a smidge? Just so that way I would know that the ghost touched it if I walk away and come back. So like, it's sitting like that. If I come back, I walk back over and I see that that door is fully open or fully shut or something, then I know the ghost touched it. It's the female echoing whispers. What? Come over here. Yeah, come over here. You had a Twitch switch? I've been getting responses just fine. Oh my god, I'm going to go get more salt. Okay. Holy shit. It's not touching any doors. I have had no problems with Spirit Box responses and all that stuff. No issues. All right, give me this. Give me another one of those, and sure. I don't think the whispers mean anything. They don't mean anything. No. The only thing that it like means something is like if the myling is talking more in the parabolic. That's about it. I don't think I grabbed a lighter. You son of a bitch. So 100% Diane. What does that mean exactly? I'm just curious. I'm just wondering what that might mean. I might misunderstand what that means. Does that mean like for sure it's a die-in, or like there's a 100% chance of it? Maybe, almost, not sure. From your experience, you've always had a die-in do that exact sound? That has nothing to do with the die-in. It has 0% to do with the die-in at all. None. None. So if you got that sound and you were guessing it was a die-in, you just lucked out like crazy. Yeah, nothing to do with it. I'd like to see a bar or a pub type map. Yeah, I guess. I don't know how many different rooms you would have though. I don't know how that would work. I like your positive outlook on the update. It's made it seem like it wasn't Instant made it seem like it wasn't playable. I think just some people don't really, with their play styles, do not like the way that it stands like right now. And I think it's okay to not like it. There's no problem with that. People's feelings about the update are valid. It's just that my personal opinion, I think people are overreacting because I think it's perfectly playable. It's just there's things about it that we don't like. This, as you can see, it is still playable. The ghosts doing what they're doing right now are just being weenie butthole ghosts. That has nothing to do with the update. Zero to do. And everything to do with the ghost just being a jerk. Yeah. Now, if you're having problems with the servers, it's kicking you, that kind of stuff, that's different because that's literally affecting your gameplay and you can't play. So understandably so, if that's messing with you guys. Disconnections, right. So if you're disconnecting because of the servers, I don't know what they did to make that happen, but it has nothing to do with like the player character customization. It has to do with whatever they did with the update. So hopefully they get that fixed because that sucks. If you have a big part of your player base that can't play at all because they disconnect or get kicked, well, that ain't gonna fly. Well, what switch you just hit? Here, I like this for you. You like? You like? You like? Hey, like. All right, well, we know that it's an Obake. I would have loved an Obake print, but you know, you're a selfish prick. So you don't want to deliver on the goods. Look, it's touching 0 doors. 0. 0 doors. None. None. Not having it. Oh, cool. Another EMF 5. Oh, wow. Oh, a ghost fart. Oh, no, please. No, go about your business, you jerk. Yeah, F this. I'm not playing that game. Not today, hotshot. Not today. We know what you are. We've got everything else. F you. We're out of here. You just got to take the win sometimes and run. It's not touching the thingy. It's not allowed to do it. Are you allowed to ask about Doc? What about him? All right. Oh, bake that cake. We were thinking so. We were thinking it was. All you have to do is throw out all the objects so they can only touch the doors. Yeah, that is a good strat sometimes. If you're trying to get ghost writing and you have a room that has a lot of objects, it's a good idea to get rid of the objects so that way the ghost has a higher chance of interacting with like the book. Does he have a tube? He does. He does. Documentary. Yeah. I don't think he has posted any videos yet though. No, I think he preemptively made the channel but hasn't posted anything yet. On my latest videos, I should have, if you're confused where to find it, one of my, if you look at my latest YouTube videos and you find one where I played with Doc, I probably tagged his YouTube. When the Obake keeps rolling that 25% chance to leave no ultraviolet, yeah. Can you explain prestige for a dummy? Sure. When you get to level 100, you have the option to completely reset. But you can also read the thingy in chat. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you have the ability to reset and go back to basically not level 0 necessarily. Well, okay. You have the ability to be prestige 1, but go back to level 0. So you unlock an ID card, you unlock a loadout slot, and then you have no money, you have no items, you have to unlock all that stuff again. We fam live, welcome over. Hello, friend. Welcome. You've been joined by your cat. Say hi to your cat for us. Sorry. Gonna buy it regardless. I'm prepared for the game. Oh, Phaz? Yeah, it's like I said, the update, it might seem a little bit wonky for you at first, but you can either wait for them to fix all the stuff and the things, or just get into it and start figuring it out. Brought WeFam Live over to show the what Phasmophobia was. Well, hello. Am I gonna get GTA 6? You know, I probably am. Yeah, more than likely. I don't know what my angle is gonna be. I don't know if that's something that like our peeps here necessarily want to even see me play, but I probably will. Have you gotten Josie's picture with the new update? You know what? No, I haven't. That's a damn good point, friend. That's a damn good point. We should remedy that situation. Binge watching the videos for the past week. Finally made it to the live. Welcome over, friend. Great to have you. Thank you. The game's so difficult. You're not playing the game. You're studying the game. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to learn. And then once you learn how to play, like once you can implement all that stuff, obviously it's not just something you can pick up and know all the ghost abilities. You just have to learn it over time. Yeah. Hi, Flank. So close to getting the shirt. Let's go. Yeah, it's repetition. The more you play the game, the more you're going to learn. Yeah. Only had time so far to watch Impulse's streams. I got you. There's lots of great peeps that stream Faz. There's lots of great peeps. And over the next week, so there's going to be an Alan Wake update, or it's an Alan Wake update. There's going to be an Alan Wake collab coming soon for Faz on the 12th for a one-time event. And at that point, they're going to be fixing a lot of stuff that's happening in the game right now that's really messed up. So I'm hoping that they deliver on that. That's our hope and our prayer. Main hope is that the DC bug fix. Oh, the disconnect issues. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Silver, thank you for the biddies. Enjoying the later night stream, dealing with the sinus infection. Oh man, see, I've been itching my nose like crazy. Freaking allergies have been driving me nuts. But I hope you feel better. All right, let's go to Bleasdale's. Save my dog.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Your cat also likes watching? Oh.
Reports of a cursed object
Aw.
nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost
Are these
was
cameras still
summoned here.
jacked up?
Take a look. You may be able
That's
to
a
use
yes.
it to your advantage.
Save your dog, huh? Yeah, save my dog. I'll show you. All right. Jan! It is Jan Halstead. Which means that we can't have a Banshee or a Dying, because Jan is a man. All right. Jan, look like a man. Let's bring this. I'm actually going to bring that and also bring that. Oh my God. Can you imagine I go in here, turn a light on, and it's a freaking Raiju? That'd be awesome. All right. Oh, I could have totally looked to see where the power was. So this right here, her name is Josie. That is my dog. I hear the ghost. I don't know what it's doing over there, but it's doing something. Yeah, that's Jan. Not Jan, it's Jan. Oh, son of a bitch. Power's upstairs. Is Jan related to Johan and Larry? You know, I don't have an answer for you. You want to boop Josie? I'll let her know. She's probably asleep like a donut right now on the couch. I don't want to disturb her. Thought I heard something. There we go. Got the juice. Oh, the ghost is cold. How do you like the new update? It's weird in my opinion. There's a lot of stuff that needs fixed. Yeah, we've been talking about it all night. And fair enough. I think there's a lot of people that have been really looking to voice their opinion. And I totally understand. Oh, pillow fight? You want a pillow fight? A lot of people looking to talk about it and express how they feel, see what other people are thinking. And fair enough. I think in my personal opinion, and I've been saying the same thing all night, and I'll say it to everybody else. I think a lot of people are overreacting to how bad it is. It's not broken to me. There's a lot they need to fix with it. Of course there is. There's a lot of animations that are weird that they need to change, whatever. I think like Tom is a really good example of somebody else, in my opinion, that probably has a similar outlook as me, where we want to see a lot of the stuff fixed, but we voiced our opinions. They've heard us and they're like, we're going to fix it by Tuesday. It's like, okay, good deal. Is FlashForce 247 you? Yes, it is. That's my 24/7 VOD channel. Yep. It's an overreaction. I think it is too. I would agree. Yeah. But again, I don't think the update should have been released. I think that it is extremely unfinished. They rushed it out the door. I think because they wanted to have it ready for the Alan Wake update that's coming soon. So the Alan Wake update should have never been announced until they knew the player characters were 100%. So there's for some reason they had to get Alan Wake on the books. I don't know why. I don't know. I do not know. But that's my opinion. What I think is going on. That's not from them. So I don't know. Yeah, that's Josie. That's her. That's my little doggo. She's turning 5 this month. I think the end of this month. I think so. Could be wrong. Probably some sort of contract. I would think so too. More than likely. So is Alan Wake a one-day event? I would assume no. I think it's just a one-time event. Like, as in, it's a event over so many days, but it's only going to happen once. Orbicles. Let's do... might actually do dots like this. Johan and Larry, the sausage tomb. Who owns Alan Wake? Probably people that bought it. Ask the ghost for like chips. I don't know if I have a Ouija board. I didn't see what my cursed possession was. My stance on it is I don't mind people's opinions. What I do mind is how people are voicing their opinion. Yeah. Yeah. I like when I'm seeing people voice their opinion and say, I don't like this because of this. I would like to see this. Awesome. Great. Love to hear it. When I hear someone say, sucks, I hate it, I don't want to play. Okay. Bye. I don't like, what do you want? What's my favorite? Oh, Pringles. Even though I don't think they're technically potatoes, I still love them. Still love them. All right. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Watch the 24/7 to go to sleep because the brain says I'll absorb the information being said whilst I'm sleeping. Dude, it's like that Friend episode whenever Joey's or whoever. No, I think it was it Chandler was listening to the tape to be macho. Just ate some Pringles. Oh, lucky dog. I just like the regular ones. I mean, there's a lot of them I like, but the regular ones are my jam. Potato bits. Oh, there we go. Potato bits. Give me this. We know that we have orbs in there, so it should still be there. Which it is. Good deal. And we'll do this. Actually, wait, hold on. Drop this. All right. It's 5:58 for anybody that's wondering. Man of Mayhem, thank you for the sub, man. Welcome in. Sleep learning is like another like level of strategies. I'm sorry? Did you touch this? Get the hell out of here, dude. Hold on. Which one is it? Is it this one? No. Shit. Isn't there a book here for the Obake? Or am I losing my shit? I swear to God, there used to be a book here that said something about Obake. Obake something. What the hell? That steak looks disgusting. Oh, you were in here throwing stuff, though. Oh, interesting. What the fuck? Listen, dude. We're losing a lot of energy like this, okay? We got to get our stuff together here, fellas. I'm losing it, man. I thought that there was something here that said Obake. Unless, you know what? Don't tell me it was this book and they effed it up. Look, I bet you it was this book. What happened? Look at this. It's this book. I know that it is. Why is it so decrepit? What happened? God, this update's really taking everything from us. I don't know when this happened. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's a render thing. What the hell? Hold on. Oh, wait, what? I knew it was there. I freaking knew it. What? Okay, well now the game's unplayable. God, you guys were right. I don't have words for why this is happening. Oh, the Marauders book. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. is this sorcery? He's a hairy wizard. Look, he even reaches his hand out. Look. Use the force. Use the force, Luke. Oh. 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 What the hell is going on here? I'll do this one too. Oh. Oh. It's shape-shifting. Oh, it makes sense now. All right. Trying to fix it. Trying to fix it. Oh god, I'm gonna get stuck behind the door. All right. Anyway, got a job to do. May 7th? Yes, for me it is right now. Yeah. For me it is. All right, well, that's a guarantee. So that's a guaranteed Obake. Firelight, motion sensor, and 3 photos. Back to where we were. I do live in the United States. I do. Features Bonanza. Oh my god. Somebody needs to call a mechanic for that fridge. Wait, what the hell? All right, what did I say? Motion sensor, photos, firelight? Yeah. All right, let's get... We've already got a lighter. We've got a motion sensor in there. I just never put it down. Get this guy. Get that guy. We've got 91 sanity, which is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then bring some more salt. When this update will release. Now. All right, Ghosty, you're walking around a bunch. Oh, ads are playing. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, we go outside and wait. We go outside and wait. All right. All right, we wait for ads. By the ability to stop, we'll stop. Ghost, you better stop. It's throwing shit in there. I can see it. Why do you know the ghost? I don't understand. Because I have EMF 5 and we saw the 6-finger Obake handprint, which means that it can't be a mimic, which means it's guaranteed Obake 100%. What time is it at your place now? What time is it at your place now? 12:23 a.m. on the 7th, 12:23 a.m. on the 7th. There you go. I hope me saying it twice helped you out. Because you play with the cracked one. Hey, maybe you shouldn't admit to an official content creator that you play an illegal version of the game. Kind of stupid. I was the first streamer you followed. I appreciate you. If the game is going into 1.0 version full release, it might release worse than the Pokemon Scarlet version. When Doc and Chingus going to play together with you again? Oh, man, probably soon. Probably soon. I know Mr. Chingus is going to be checking out the updates tomorrow, today, whatever you want to say. So he'll be checking out the update. He hasn't had the opportunity to look at it. So he's getting there. But yeah, we'll see. We will see, friendos. How Spirit Box been glitchy for you? How has it been? No, not really. It's been fine for me. Yeah, I know there's some people that have been reporting issues with the Spirit Box not working properly, like it's not picking up their voice. Oh, we just touched that door back there. But for me, it's been fine. They kind of ruined the game, to be honest. How so? Often hear people call my favorite game unoptimized, unplayable, which has some truth to it, but not very much, like a little bit. Glitchy avatars and such. So a glitchy avatar ruined the game? Yeah, some people have been saying they've been getting motion sickness. I haven't experienced that at all, but I'm not somebody that gets a lot of motion sickness, so I can't be a really good judge. You switch to text. I know, but you shouldn't have to. No, when voice is working properly, you shouldn't have to switch. That's the thing. You shouldn't have to. Redoing Tanglewood to like what they're doing. Well, the Tanglewood update was not a part of the last update that they just did, but I definitely don't think that the new Tanglewood ruined the game in any way. Okay, what else? I think that them removing the old Tanglewood, which was basically a cut and paste map, and then replacing it with a brand new map was way better. I love the new I think the new Tanglewood is way better. Like using voice a lot better, which again, you should be able to. It's stupid that you shouldn't like be allowed to. So if the voice is all messed up, hopefully they fix it. Remember an old Goosebumps game? You could stream attack a mutant if you can get it to work. Wait, what? Biggie Cheese, thank you for the prime, dude. New Tanglewood's amazing. I love it. I think it's great. I think it's great. Forgot Goosebumps, read a ton of their books. I have a ton of Goosebumps books. All right, I need to go back in and get 3 photos. Oh shit, wrong screen. There we go, fixed it. I don't know. Hate it. Okay, well, I don't really know how to help you because it's not really constructive. It's just you don't like that the avatars are being wonky and you don't like the new Tanglewood. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, if I don't have reasons why you don't like it, it's hard for me to help talk about it. Your friends hate it. Yeah, but you just said you hate it. Just wondering how the Tanglewood rework was so well done, but this update was so undercooked. I think it's because they rushed this one out like crazy fast when they should not have. That's why I think this one turned out the way that it did. That's why. Indigo, thank you for the prime. I think it was rushed out the door. All right, you're just like locked outside, huh? See that light on out there? That means the ghost is standing out there. So what we'll do is we'll get him. Hope I hear the rocking chair. So hopefully he walks back inside because then he'll give us UV and I can take a picture of it. Sabby didn't get a color wheel. I'm hoping they'll add one. So the hope here is that they're going to add a color wheel, right? Ghost, are you just hanging out outside now? I think hating on the update is bad, but complaining is good. Devs need feedback, not negativity. Well, like Mayor just said, it just needs to be constructive. Like, if we're going to say this sucks, we need to say why it sucks. Right? Just saying I don't like it is not going to help. Hearing a 3 or 4 year old tell you they don't like a type of food, well, why don't you like it? Because I don't like it. But why? I don't like it. Doesn't help me at all, but I know they don't like it. You know, what you don't do is you don't go get the entire kitchen out and go, well, they're eventually going to like something. They aren't listening to the community? How so? Because they literally have over 60 fixes that are going to be coming with the next update. I mean, that kind of sounds like listening to me. I have faith in them. So do I. That's like I said, the game is not ruined to me in any way, shape, or form. I think they do listen. I just think that they rushed this update out. That's all. There you go. Holy crap on a stick. Damn. You're British? That's nice. Hey, Faz Lover, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing just swell. One flop shouldn't dismiss the whole game. No, absolutely not. Feed picks for free. All right. You can always go find the bone. Ghost is being kind of an a-hole. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Wait, where's my EMFer? I'm sure he'll do something. I level up fast. It's taking me so long. Do high multiplier games really fast. The higher the multiplier, the more money and XP you're gonna get. Let's go look for the bone. Anybody that plays on PC should play newer updates that are coming soon as a beta test before the... I mean, maybe. I mean, I think all ideas are absolutely worth listening to for sure. Oh, I never put the motion sensor down. Mother French. Updates wonky, but that's always expected. Big game updates. The devs are listening to the community, and I have complete faith in them. Me too. I think a lot of people are saying it's ruined, it's ruined, it's ruined. I hate it, I hate it. We just have to be constructive and say, I don't like it because of this. Like, there's a lot of the animation stuff that they do between these objects I hate. I think that me rotating objects like this sucks. This is useless to me. Absolute waste of time for me to rotate my hand like this. It looks like shit. It animates like shit. Get rid of it. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna get rid of it. Sounds good. Had a contract. Yeah. I think so too, Jen. Yeah, I think so too. I think they had a contract with Alan Wake and they had to do it within a certain time frame. I think that you're right. I think so too. Can't get your smudge out in time. Just gotta be at the ready. Gotta be at the ready. But I understand that though. If you're sitting like this and then the ghost is close by and you need to get your smudge out, now you need to figure out how far away it was to get it out like that. I could see that being a problem for sure. No, my camera hand is my strong hand. This is my strong hand. An inventory bar in the corner? I mean, maybe. Not a bad idea. I hate not being able to pick a go. Yeah, they're going to fix that too. No. They're fixing that as well. That is on, I think it's even on like the known bug list that they know you can't pick one right now, but you will. The claw grip on a controller. Yeah, my strong hand. My germs. Where the hell is the bone? I hate how small the items look. Agreed. The EMF. Oh, there it is. Oh my God. You missed the toilet. It's over there. Yeah, the EMF looks like a little toy that comes out of like a cereal box. All right. Objectives are done. I've got the ghosty. Shit, I don't even have to have it hunted if I don't want to. You think they should allow us to hold other items in the left hand, not just a flashlight? You know, I don't know. That could get confusing. I would really like a dedicated flashlight spot. Sort of like how they have like a dedicated, well, they had what felt like a dedicated lighter spot, because it definitely doesn't feel like we have one of those now. A dedicated flashlight spot that does not take inventory space would be pretty sick. That'd be kind of cool. Option for lefties. Oh, switch it up. Good. They definitely could. Leave the journal motions, but get rid of the broken wrist thing and throw in the... Yeah, you mean this? Yeah. It's rough. It's rough. And I think what makes it worse is that anybody can play the update for less than 5 minutes and realize there's all this crap that's wrong, but they released it anyway. And I think that's where a lot of people are getting hung up with it, because you have this studio that's worth how much money and have this many people a part of their game, but they still release this? Like, why? And I think they were for it. Like, I think they got to the point where they were like, oh shit, and had to release it. That's what I think. Yeah, the feet looking backwards thing. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah. I don't know if it's just because of the point of view, like makes it look like it. I don't know. Not not surprised, not gonna lie. I was expecting a few things. I was not expecting this much. But yeah, so I mean, people are definitely in agreement here that it sucks. Don't get me wrong, but it did not ruin the game for me. All right, you know, no, we're getting done. We're just gonna keep talking. We got the ghost. That's what matters. You like the jankiness of the broke wrist? Oh, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. Oh, bake that cake. Nice. Unfortunate that the freaking book is ruined somehow. I went to go get the Obake book to go set it up next to the Obake print. I'm like, oh, this would be a great photo op. No, not today. Yeah, the broken necks they're going to fix, which I agree, I think needs fixed. Another thing that they said that they're going to fix that I do not agree with is they said that they're going to fix the ragdoll, the crazy ragdoll that happens when you die. I don't want that fixed. If there's a chance, like you've seen what happens for me, most of the time like one of us gets got, you just fall over, that's fine. But there's a chance that your body spazzes out like crazy and goes nuts. Leave it alone. I want it. It's awesome. I think it should stay. Yeah, in the kitchen of Bleasdale, there's an Obake book, but for some reason there's some weird rendering problem right now, and you can't see it when you're holding it. I don't know why. The yeet across the room, right? Like Sailor had posted, like one of the first ones we saw was Sailor and JoJo, and like JoJo's body went flying like that. Like that's I want to see that. It's funny. It is hilarious. It should be in the game. Kind of missed the death room. I don't miss the death room. It wasted time. I love they changed the book instead of taking up the whole screen. The journal? You talking about this? Where do I leave suggestions? In the suggestion channel in Discord. Yeah. In Discord, there's a channel called Suggestions. That's 2 channels below the friendo chat. Oh, that one. See, I don't like that. I wish it did take up more of the screen. I wish that it wasn't as far back as it is. I wish that this was pulled forward more. It's not showing up for you. Are you verified in the server? Does changing your FOV bring it closer? I actually don't think it does. It actually, it continues to keep it at the same distance. It's just that your FOV has changed. Hold on, watch, I'll show. I think. Let me do a little test. Let's do 70. No, it literally wants to bring it to us and then pushes it straight back. Yeah, it's forcing you to keep the journal that far away. As a glasses user, I needed the book in my face. I'm same. I want it in my face. But like things like the tarot cards are all messed up because the full card is missing for some reason, but B, they're so far away. It's like you're pulling tarot cards and you're going like this to look at it. And you're holding it out like this. Like it sucks not being able to see the card properly. Want to show off the hands some more? Hey, look at the nails, huh? I don't want to see it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. But it's little things get me like that. I don't understand. Like why all the blue rings and blue cornhole bags are gone. Like what the hell possibly happened to make that happen? It doesn't make sense. I don't understand why this happens. But also when you're holding these things, I'm holding them in my teeth. Nailed it. Oh, what happened to Sunny Restricted? I don't know. Something went wrong to where now it is the full map instead of actually being restricted. So if you play restricted, you're actually getting ripped off when you could have been getting money for full. Didn't someone ask to hold things in the teeth earlier? Oh, it was Doc. Oh yeah, I could have showed him this. I've totally forgot. I could have showed him this. Damn it. Damn it. A minor gripe. Right. Right. Little things. But they're little things that we notice. So we just add them to the list. Add them to the list. Oh, I didn't take a picture of the Obake print. Oh, selfie. Do I do community games? I do. I'm going to be doing community games on Friday, actually. I'm pretty sure you can still get full cards, but they just disappear before showing the switch. So that's what I mean, is that you get a card that's a full card, but it doesn't show the full card. Instead, what it does is it just turns purple instead. I hope you can see yourself in photos others take now. I assume that you can. Yeah, I pointed out that there's a bug right now where when you have the video camera in the truck and you're like looking at people in the truck, when you look at yourself, you see your clothes, but you can't see your body. And I think that's a bug. There was a cell door to cell block B that was broken in the middle of the room for me earlier today. When you click it, it gets stuck to your hand or it flies right back to where it's supposed to be. Oh my God. Kind of a problem for the death card because that one burns purple normally. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you see a death card and you think, oh, why didn't the hunt start? Because there's something wrong with the cards. So hopefully it gets fixed. Husband's colorblind and he pulled a full card and it freaks it freaks him out. Oh my God. All right, friends, that's probably gonna be the last one for tonight, man. It is almost damn near 1 a.m. for me. So we're going to go find somewhere to raid into. But I appreciate you guys hanging out today. If you didn't get your drops, don't worry about it. I'm going to take you somewhere that's playing Phasmo so you can continue earning said drops. But you guys have until the 11th to get them. So you have time. But if you guys are new, if you're not in the Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. The rest of the socials are there. All the Midnight Peeps, all of my friendos, they're a part of the team that are right there. And also the Patreon is out there too. Full card can really fool you if you're not focusing. Oh no, I want to see the full card. We are meant to see the full card. We're meant to see it. All right. Let's go raid. I think I know where we're going to go. I think I know where we're going to go. So Friday is going to be community games. So if you guys have never participated, it's super easy. You'll use channel points to join. We'll explain everything on Friday. Super simple. We'll explain all the things, but we'll do that on Friday. And we've raised over $5,000 for St. Jude, by the way. Side note, we're aiming for 20 for this month, but we have raised over $5,500 for St. Jude. Thank you guys so much if you've donated. By the at the end of the month, I'm going to go back and make sure to go through every name that I recognize and give you guys the role inside of Discord for the 2026 St. Jude campaign. So, and I'm also going to be adding more stuff. So like more milestones that you guys can hit. And I'll have balloons in the back and a wheel you guys can spin to make it happen. All the stuff. Hey, Night Raptor. Yeah. Well, Saturday. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I stream at 8:30. Sunday, I stream at 1. Yep. All right. Let me make sure that they're playing. We'll be good to go. And then we'll be good to go. First ever stream. I appreciate you. East. I always refer to East because of where I live. Yeah. I do not have St. Jude specific emotes. I really should get one made. I really should. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what it would be. I always use a red heart. Like I always use red hearts and I like everything obviously for St. Jude. Yes, Boggle, 1 p.m. Eastern. Yes. On Friday. No. Sorry. Now you're confusing me. No. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, I stream at 1. So on Friday, I'll be streaming at 8:30. And we're doing viewer games. So the viewer games will happen at 8:30. Yeah. A kid with a red heart balloon? Oh, I could. That could be a good one. I could say, like, I don't know if I would necessarily want to just use the St. Jude logo. Yeah. Can I ask where the emotes are made? I've had multiple artists help with emotes. Um, I've had Phoenix help with a bunch of stuff as of recent. There's an artist that I used to use for a lot of stuff, but he stopped honestly working on all art. He just lost interest altogether. But he was also another really talented artist. I've had a few couples. Red a heart balloon with thank you in it or a balloon bunch. Yeah, I've got to be careful because it's an emote size. It's small, so it's got to be something that's legible for sure. Unsure legality, yeah, to use their logo. Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I'll come up with some ideas. I'll think of some things. I like the idea of having a St. Jude specific emote. I do like that. So we'll see. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. I really do. Okie dokie. Maybe a contest. I mean, I could, but I don't want to put that on people. Be like, hey, contest to make the emote. I'd rather pay a friendo to do it. Commission for it. Kid with a heart sounds good. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. We'll see. Yeah. All right. Let's see. We are going to go raid. And then you guys are going to get to keep earning your drops if you haven't already earned them already. But thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you for all the St. Jude donos. Thank you guys for all the support for me. I appreciate it so much. We are already trucking our way to 3/4 to our sub goal. And it's not even halfway through the month yet. But I'll tell you what it is. It's little Miss Izzy's birthday. So, oh, little Mrs. Queen is just going to be all about herself today. So it should be interesting. Should be interesting. But yeah. So thank you guys so much. We are going to go raid. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the love today. I will see you guys on Friday for some fun. And then, yeah, Friday, Sunday, all the Phas things. But I appreciate all the talks today. I seriously, I appreciate everybody being so respectful to each other and just respectful to the community. We are going to have people that are going to absolutely despise the updates. We have some people that are going to love them to death. We have people that are in the middle. It's just the way that it's always going to go. We just have to learn to figure it out. And being constructive and giving criticism to them, especially when we don't like something, is the best thing that we can do. So just be vocal, be in the Discord, make sure to let them know what you think. If you want to post about it somewhere, just say, I would love to see, like, I don't like this. I would like to see this instead. They see it. That's why they have this laundry list of changes coming. We all agree this update should have never released the way that it did, but they did, I'm sure, for a certain reason. So if you're a follower, the first one is for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. If you're a creepy tier 3, that one's for you. I would say that on Friday, I will owe you guys the grow soda, and I think I'll be able to do it on Friday. I was trying to be really I was hesitant at first about how I was feeling and like getting over the sickness and all that stuff. I think I'm better enough to the point that Sunday I can pay it up. Too bad no ranch. Nope. Already drank that one. It's already gone. Goodbye. See you later. But I love you guys. I will see you on Friday for fun and shenanigans. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.